I'm going to presume that you are refreshed. I avoided the scones and the jam and the cream. And I know that at least one of you has the jam scones and another cup of rooibos in front of them now, which I think is wonderful. But we have 6 people somewhere in the world who are on the Zoom wall at the back. And that means that we cannot do work at tables, which is fine, because what I'd hoped, I repeat, is just to instill in you a different perspective, my perspective. My perspective is a maverick one, I accept. I fit awkwardly with the world, and that's okay. It was George Bernard Shaw who said, the reasonable man adapts himself to the world. The unreasonable man adapts the world to himself. Therefore, all progress depends on the unreasonable man. That whole leadership filtration theory thing, who are you going to be? Will you be a maverick? Now, before you become a maverick, you have to earn your stripes. You have to develop the fundamental skills that will make an employer take interest in you and say, let's set them to work. And if they just set you to work, then the point is they will assess you. Now, I can tell you that I had no preparation for interviews as a young graduate, none whatsoever. I didn't have the right sort of background. I was not familiar with the process. I was completely out of my depth. I said the most awful things in interview, recognizing now with the benefit of hindsight what I was doing. So one of my projects, when I'm done with the MBA project, one of my projects will be to work on what I refer to as hashtag career development learning. And hashtag career development learning is to take you and to prepare you for the workplace so that you hit the ground running, okay? And if you hit the ground running, you need to be able to answer those questions. Now, if you've not seen the questions, you've not thought them through, when they ask you those things, you just don't know what to say. So I'm going to show you what they are. It's a bit of an aside, but the question is simple, but it's so heavily loaded. And what anyone who is seeking the best possible candidate for an employment position is looking for is someone who is capable of auto-regulation, emotional self-regulation, someone who is self-aware, someone blessed with metacognition, someone who is prepared to enter into a level of sacrifice for the firm, but not foolish self-sacrifice, just the necessary contribution to bring a team together to make the business work. So, did you assess the situation? Did you assess what the parameters were? Did you assess your resources? Did you assess the institutional resources around you? Did you create a team or bring the team together? Did you implore them and beseech them? Did you instruct them? Did you guide them? Did you lead from the front or did you lead from behind? That's what I'd want to hear you say. Because I'd very rapidly tell whether you were in the running for a job or not. The second question I have for you: how methodical are you? How systematic are you? How prepared are you to take into account the parameters of the particular job situation? Can you provide examples of that for the people that are interviewing you? Did you win? In the long run, did you win? Did you face this as a bump in the road? Was this minor adversity something that you were prepared to overcome, something that you did overcome? And what was the procedure, the process by which you overcame the issue? Terrible question. Terrible question. You don't want to pause too long, but you do want to look up. And you want to look up in the recollection position. Eyes up, eyes left, neuro-linguistic programming. because you're looking to recall, but you don't want to spend too much. There's theatrics here, okay? This is melodrama. It is the case. You look up, you pause, and then you spill your guts, but this is a prepared thing. And if you spend too long thinking about it, they're going to say they're making this up. If you spend a brief 4-second, 5-second pause, what it means, because now the whole room becomes heavily weighted with this gravitas that you incorporate with your pause as you look up to the left, NLP. And then you lay it on the line. And you say, there are 3 things I contemplated here to answer you. And of these 3 things, I believe that this was the primary failure. And I didn't see it as a failure because, by the way, entrepreneurs don't see things as failures. They see them only as adversities. Entrepreneurs don't fail. Neither should you. So address it as a failure, but not a failure. It's a setback. And how did you deal with a setback? What did you learn from it? And what resolution did you achieve? Because the critical thing is, did you resolve? There must always be a solution, a resolution. You see, it's very nice that you can try, but you're not being paid a salary to try. You're being paid a salary to try and succeed. Just bear that in mind. So, if you've got these written down, you can prepare answers to them. I think it's necessary. It's worth your while. But let's contemplate what I've shared with you here. Being deliberately casual, hand in pocket, jacket undone. Let me tell you what we've done here, whether you're in Zoom or whether you are in the room. Can anyone become an entrepreneur? I have mixed emotions about this. There is a school of thought which says that entrepreneurs are born, not made. And there's a school of thought which believes that only babies are born. And therefore anyone can become anything. And to that I say, come on. Life deals you a hand of cards. You can optimize the hand that you are dealt, but you can't overcome it necessarily. If the odds are stacked against you, then you've got further to go. The point is, do you get going? Because that's the critical thing. I don't believe that anyone can become an entrepreneur. I don't believe that anyone can become a genius, a creative genius. I don't believe that's possible at all. But I do believe that we can become more entrepreneurial. That is within our frame of reference. For the people on the negative side of the normal distribution, clearly it's tough. For the people in the middle of that distribution, for the 1 standard deviation and especially the 2 standard deviations from the mean, I'm saying that the misfits can fit into the world better and can make a real difference. The point is, you need to be terribly inquisitive. You must be driven to render solutions, even when they're not invited from you. You've got to be the solutions guy, the solutionizer. But I wear the title for the moment, so it's taken. You need to be enthusiastic. You need to be prepared to fail. You must be willing to experiment. And you must be decisive. Institutions, the cumbersome institutions, and this is a cumbersome institution because it can't be described as anything else. The Vice Chancellor himself has described the organizational hierarchy as the command and control of the organization. The last time I heard the phrase command and control, it was related to military activity, all right? The point is that business is a little bit like we talk about winning a market battle, we talk about market warfare. So there are similarities, but command and control is not about inspiration. Command and control is about bureaucracy, and there's nothing wrong with bureaucracy. It has a place because it creates order, and order is necessary. But it's not spirited. You don't create advances in a dynamic environment on the basis of being bureaucratically mundane. What you seek in your life is probably written on that page. Certainly if you're under the age of 40 and you're in the room, if you're in the first half of your life, what you're building is an identity which revolves around those outcomes, just like I did. It's because you're young, because you have energy, because you have drive, because you have ambition. There'll come a point in your life when you question your drive and you question your ambition, and that is the second half. There's plenty of time. You'll get there. You don't have to hasten the journey, but I will present you with one last notion here, which I model on Rouse, and he talks about state. Business state. And what you see as business state here, I think speaks for itself, but I am going to do some highlighting for you and step away from this. As it suits you and I, it's about state of mind. And our state of mind is currently whatever it is, but it's necessarily over the longer term something which we're seeking to transform. We're becoming better at what we do. You wouldn't be doing a PhD and committing your life to this if you weren't prepared to transform. What do you want to become? Because if you're seeking those particular outcomes, then you will achieve those outcomes because of your disposition. We've been there today. And you'll achieve it because of what you do. And that in a business enterprise is the work processes. What are your work processes? Do you get up at 4:30 in the morning because you get an hour and a half done when there's absolute silence and no interference and the phone's not ringing and no one's asking you for a cup of coffee and there's nothing to clean and no dishwashing? In your slippers and your dressing gown, are you working? Or do you find you get your best work done between 9 o'clock at night and 1 o'clock in the morning? Because if so, do that. What are your processes? Recognize your processes. That's the metacognition and the self-awareness. Know yourself. What drives you in an organization, what drives the organization is market competition. What drives you is what employers seek, perhaps influence of significant people in your life, potentially parents, potentially grandparents, potentially a spouse or partner. What do employers want? Because they're driving you as well. They're just not telling you yet. It's when you respond to their advert that you'll know whether you've satisfied their desires or not. Because there is an ongoing interaction here between the processes that you practice and your state of mind, and that's how you transform. And that's what Tees, remember, refers to as dynamic capabilities, not so? Who are you? Who do you want to be? How will you become that person? That's the essential thing here. Beyond this, and by telling you that it's Rouse 2009, you can look that up yourself. Beyond this, I'm simply going to introduce you to two things which trigger for me a range of emotions. The one is Saul Alinsky talking about radicalism, about being a business maverick. I don't know if you're prepared to settle for being a happenings person. I don't know if you're prepared to settle for being reactive. It's a very easy trap to fall into. It's very seductive. It doesn't take an enormous amount of effort, but it does not change the world. And if that's why you're here, and that's why you're in the room, I'm saying you've got to put in the hard yards. You might, of course, turn to me and say, well, it's too late. And I'm going to say it's never too late. It really is never too late. All good things, of course, have to come to an end. And that's the point we've reached. Because we have a colleague, a professional colleague in the room, who I gathered early on today was in fact a former student on a professional management program. And it was a delight to close the circle of life and do a quick catch-up. But he's itching to talk to you about the fourth industrial revolution and indigenous knowledge systems, and I think that's wonderful. So I'm going to have to put the mic down and hand it over, but I think we can probably entertain one or two questions if you have them. So are there any questions that you have for me? Because otherwise I will depart the stage and hand over the platform. I don't know, because I certainly can't read that on. I don't know if there are any questions from the remote audience.
Do you have questions?
This is either a good thing or a bad thing. A question. Oh, that's the most exciting thing. Pick up a mic, sir, and speak into the microphone.
Thank you, Doc, for the presentation. I think the presentations of this nature are one of those that stimulates the desire to know more. So I think earlier you talked about knowing ourselves and also thinking about our communities. So as a person coming from a black community, I think the way in which we understand the business or entrepreneurship, I think it is more like our minds, or most of the minds of the most people coming from those areas like townships and deep rural areas, is like the way in which they understand the business. They are channeled to think that we deserve the lowest hanging fruits in a way that you'll find that the businesses that they are doing are mostly the same, and which somehow you may consider as survival strategies.
Yeah.
So I think the way in which you have presented or given us a different perspective to business somehow changes the narrative in our minds, and also stimulates the desire to know more, as I was saying. So I was wondering if maybe are there any channels, materials, or any other stuff that you may recommend for people like us, for people like me, or for people like the ones coming from my community, in order to understand the business at that high level?
May I rephrase it and say, for people who come from a poverty, and I'm not talking about economic poverty, from a poverty of thought,
Yes.
from a poverty of ambition.
Yes.
That's what was, if that is something which is absent in those formative years, then you have no clear perspective on what becomes achievable, because you're held back by what is dictated as being what you're entitled to achieve.
Yes.
Be a carrier of water, be a hewer of wood, be a slave to whoever's in charge at the time, whether that is a white nationalist or a black nationalist. Just be a slave to the system. I'm not advocating rising up. I'm advocating taking more charge for our lives. Do I know of materials? No. I think what you prompt is the necessity for us to continue the conversation. And I don't know if that's going to be possible, because I'm quite happy to, if you have symposiums, and to what level there's cohort supervision, I don't know. But if you wanted me, I would be happy to continue the conversation. And I think that perhaps #career development learning should just take not a back seat, but it should just stay in the queue because there's another hashtag that maybe we need here. And I don't know what that is yet, but I'm going to invite you. I'm easy to get hold of because I've been here for so long. I think I have a petabyte of email data that I'm chewing up in the university service. Just type in Doug. When you type in Doug, you'll get Doug Engelbrecht, and that's Engelbrecht D1. You can reach me at any point in time. Write to me and say, Dr. Doug, what we need is to hear more of that and this, and I'll create a YouTube channel. I'll have you come and talk to me and we create a podcast episode together. Any of that. Basically, to switch you on, to take those dip switches and to rejuggle them so that you can be switched on. I'm very happy to do that. I will rise to that challenge, sir. Thank you for the invitation.
All right, thanks.
We've got another question from Prof here.
There could be two questions, so I'm going to go here first.
One here next to me.
And one there.
My question is that I saw in the presentation that taxi industry, like you were saying, is very profitable, but I've never seen white people, not so many, maybe in that industry. Why? That's my first question.
The first people that I saw in the taxi industry were back in the 1960s, and they were not white, and they were not black, they were Indian. And they were in Clarewood, and they were driving Valiants. And in the 1980s, I remember looking at an old High Ace. It couldn't have been more than 3 years old. It already had 500,000 kilometers on the clock. That's the fascination that this industry bears, and that's the value with Toyota. They've slowed down their production because the industry is not being financed as it used to be. But you will never see white people in there. In the old Durban adage, Vitos are the Skrikos. And there's no way that any white man's going to have enough courage to enter into the taxi industry because he's going to be a ready victim. There are fatal flaws in the business plan which says that someone who is white in this country, with this country's history, is going to be assuming any kind of right and title to any kind of revenue stream which comes out of a people which have been oppressed as they have. It's just too challenging. There isn't enough of an understanding of the dynamics of the industry and the dynamics of the people because we've been raised apart.
Okay.
That's why there are no white people in that industry.
Okay. And the next one is just, what's the role of luck in entrepreneurship? Is luck anything to do in entrepreneurship?
Yes, luck has a lot to do with entrepreneurship, but luck is just chance. Just chance. And opportunities can be lucky or unlucky if we don't exercise any leverage over them. But there will always be chance. It's the basis upon which we respond to the chance. When an event happens, it's going to be potentially unexpected. Many years ago, we financed, it wasn't my client, my lone client, we financed a man, a factory manager, whose factory burned down, a bit like that dreadful thing in Queensborough yesterday. And it was a cold storage place. So the cold rooms had polystyrene. It's typically about 120 to 150 millimeters of polystyrene sandwiched between metal panels. And that's what a cold room is, with the refrigeration unit stuck to it. And all of that polystyrene had melted. And he despondently kicked a cardboard box of tomatoes, expecting that it would shatter, and it didn't. And he picked it up to say, with his insatiable curiosity, why has a cardboard box not burned in the flames, and why has it not fallen apart because of the water from the fire hoses? It is because the polystyrene had melted over the box and put a coat of a film of plastic on it. So what we treat as for granted now, Tetra Pak, your milk comes in a plastic-coated carton. Your vegetables often come in a plastic-coated carton, and we export most of those because it sustains longer and there's no seepage, which spoils other units in the crate. Luck there was for him to say, my factory has burned down, I might lose my job, because most businesses don't ever recover from fire. 90% of businesses don't recover from that level of devastation. His mindset was to say, there's a gap in the market. If I was to do this for commercial gain, and that's exactly what he did. That's luck. That's opportunism. That's having an eye for the opportunity. And if you're interested, read up what Peter Drucker has to say about opportunism. D-R-U-C-K-E-R, Peter Drucker, now deceased, guru of management. So yes, thank you for that one. And there was a question right there.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Engelbrecht, for your presentation. It was quite informative. So I just needed to ask if you could please clarify the part where you said that being a businessman, not everyone can be a businessman or woman. It's basically about the cards life deals you with. So I just needed clarity with that, because now you guys have just spoken about it in terms of luck. So in several instances, we see that people who come from money or have capital to start businesses are more advanced, at a higher advantage than people that don't have money, because although they do not have the skills to run businesses, they can outsource people to do certain things for them. So I just need clarity on that. As Kwanele also mentioned, that because we normally black people come from underprivileged or poor backgrounds, we only have small ideas like, oh, we just sell cigarettes, we do this and that. However, people with more money, even if you are not...
Can dream big is what you're saying.
Yes.
Big money
even if
means your dreams can be big.
Yes, even if you do not have that certain expertise, you can always hire someone else to do it for you. We see this in people from... Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like,
we talk about business scale. So if you start a business, and we say that the true entrepreneurial business incorporates scaling opportunities. You can make 10 of something and sell 10 of something, but can you scale it so that you can make 100 of something and sell 100 of something? You see, making 10 of something might be more expensive per unit, but the capital you're risking is not great. Some businesses, however, require massive capital outlays. If you wanted to start a nuclear power plant, you would need a lot of capital outlay. South Africa appears to be ready for it, and we have a new parliament, and we have a new minister, and we have accepted and embraced that there will be nuclear, but I can tell you there's a number of people who've turned bankrupt because they started paddling for the wave too early. Those power-producing agreements. I persuaded someone to sell her house in Colesberg some years ago because she figured that's where the next business opportunity is. It was a medical surveillance company. She said, if I buy a house there, it was cheap, 500,000-600,000 rand. If I buy a house in Colesberg, when we create a solar industry in Colesberg, because desert sun, this is going to work, and I'll be there, and everyone will have to come through me, and it'll be a really good business. 8 years later, she was losing money in her Johannesburg operation, and I said, you have no choice but to sell the Colesberg house to finance that. That's the luck of the game. That's the way the cards fall. Certainly, yes, your vision is something which is very closed down when you come from paltry beginnings. And that's why I think when Cornelia says what ideas I'm saying, maybe that's the conversation that we need to start having more formally. But if you scale your business, you're testing it with 10, limited risk, you expand it to 100, you expand it to 1,000. That's organizational capability, that's organizational intelligence. there is no way that someone who is sub 30 years of age, who can run a business that's manufacturing and selling 10, has the skills and the network and availability and access to the channels who can go from 0 to hero and start manufacturing 1,000 unless they've done these little baby steps. So you build your wealth in incremental amounts. There is an enterprise, a South African enterprise, which is partly owned by foreign capital, which was started by an immigrant in the heyday of when we created places and we called them New Germany, for example, and we put in Godot tools. I audited at Godot tools, so I know what it's about. My best friend in the whole world lived next door to the factory manager at Godot Tools, who was brought out here from Germany, from the Republic, to start the factory here. Those are unusual tales. What we've seen in the information industry is something which we last saw back in the 1960s and the 1970s, which the world saw back in the early 1900s when we saw the automobile industry grow as it did. My point here is you cannot go from 0 to hero. You have to do baby steps, and the calamity perhaps is that if you're 30 years old and earning perhaps 400,000 Rand a year, it's a particularly difficult decision to say, I'm going to go to potentially earning 60,000 Rand a year by being my own boss. It's a very difficult decision to take. We know that your capacity to live with difficulty and adversity declines as you get older, particularly if you've had a taste of the good life. We know that your capacity to absorb risk declines as you get older, and the research appears to tell us that you have the ultimate sweet spot at about age 35, when you have a network, when you have experience, when you can be a factory manager in a place that has cold storage, when you have money and savings and pension, so you have the necessary attributes and you're able to exercise leverage over those attributes before your risk aversion becomes too great. That is about age 35. It's the optimal point. We also know that if you are scientific about it and you can employ people, perhaps, to do the hard work for you, that it takes about 8 years to get a business off the ground, launched into a very high rapid growth phase, to the point where you can harvest the opportunity by selling the business. About 8 years. So a serial entrepreneur, business, sell, business, sell, business, sell, has about 3 opportunities in their life to make good, if that's what they do as a career. They build a pattern and a profile, and at age 35, they have about 24 years left to create and sell 3 businesses, each one bigger than the last one. There's a relative in the family on my wife's side who became a medical doctor in South Africa, became a surgeon in the United Kingdom, was sent clothes for his children by his in-laws here in South Africa, who owns a castle in Scotland. Not a broken down shack. We're talking a livable Scotland, a livable Scottish castle on a loch with a salmon factory in the loch. And it's Loch Fyne. It's an oyster factory on the loch. It's Loch Fyne oysters. That castle is owned by esteemed quantum professor Stephen Joffe. And he made his money not as a medical surgeon slicing people open. He made his money by devising laser surgical tips when we first introduced laser surgery. And he went to Johnson & Johnson and did a deal with their money and made a fortune out of laser surgical disposables, or consumables rather. He then started another business, which was LASIK eye surgery, when they flatten your corneas with lasers and whatever. He set up operations all the way across the United States by leasing premises. And when the FDA finally approved it, he launched a listed company and made himself a ridiculously wealthy man. Did he come from money? No. He had to be sent food parcels and clothing parcels and whatever. Is he one of the most intelligent people I've met? Yes. Is he one of the most maverick people I've met? Yes. Is he possibly on the Asperger's syndrome? Yes. He's unusual. What I'm saying is baby steps so that you don't get hurt. Learn to crawl before you start sprinting. And it's a process of learning. I'll also say one last thing. That family business, which we know was started by an immigrant here in Pinetown, is 3 generations of family. I met the second one at a business awards dinner, black suit, the whole thing, very fancy, cufflinks, bow tie, and I was always thunderstruck at that. I can tell you that that business in the hands of the 3rd generation is about to close its doors. The first one makes it, the second one grows it, the third one fails it. It's just the way. And there are many reasons for that. The oldest business I know of in the world, aside from the Roman Catholic Church, is a Japanese medical company. It's 270 years old. It didn't fail in 3 generations. Attitude, disposition, culture, that whole Japanese thing, I think, yes. The business that's about to close, brash, egotistical, boasting. And as it turns out, we shared a classroom with the man who's currently running it. So that's a bit of inside track. I hope I've answered it. If I haven't adequately, I'm expecting that you're going to email me to say, podcast please, hashtag something or other, make this work, and I'll craft it for you.
Thank you.
My pleasure. I think I have to hand away the microphone now at this point in time.
Yes.
More questions.
Yes, Doc, because you won't have to respond to this one, but maybe, credit to the organizers. Each time when you attend conferences, particularly within the academic space,
yes,
you go there, you're thinking, it's going to help me advance my research. And I think most of us on the expectations for the summer school, we must have set something around research, help me so that I can complete my PhD and stuff like that. Little do we think about how it's going to advance your own personal life. And I think the kind of knowledge that you shared this morning is the kind of knowledge that liberates. And thank you so much for sharing all of that information. It's the kind of information that you would find in a master class where you'd have to pay 50,000, this kind of amount. And thank you for being here and for sharing that for free. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Doug, for a wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Mine would be partly linked to the latter part of Samgezi's question. I'm sure you're familiar with Vusi Tembegwayo, right? Who would often say, if you're trading your skills, you are just a professional.
Yeah.
If you run a business, if you leave that business and it doesn't run, then you are self-employed.
Yes.
And then you only become an entrepreneur if you're able to assemble a team that is producing a product and they're able to upscale the product. Now, bringing that back to academia. In humanities, most of our product, right, becomes the university product. Now, how can we navigate through that process of professional, self-employed, and then become entrepreneurs? Thanks.
I think what the university provides you opportunity to do is establish an incubator for your development. While the university will take its top slice, while it owns your intellectual property, there's still the capacity to establish something. I'll share with you this. My daughter-in-law is a fascinatingly wonderful woman. She's 34, 35 years old, lives in Canada, child of an immigrant population, fleeing violence in what we remember as Yugoslavia, and she works in the tech industry. And in that tech industry, she works entirely remotely. And we were chatting. She was out here to run the comrades. She's also a fascinatingly skilled athlete. Played rugby in Scotland, plays ice hockey, plays football, and runs trail runs 80 kilometers up and down the mountains in the snow. And we enticed her out here to run the comrades, and we spoke about artificial intelligence, and we spoke about what that represents and what it means, and how it seems to be off limits in terms of our grasp thereof in the academic environment. If you wear the mantle of a teacher, then you're worried about whether students are going to use it properly or improperly to respond to assignment questions, whatever. We want thinkers. We don't want prompt engineers. I think there's space to incorporate a module like this as part of a program specialization in the MBA program. But to introduce anything, as any academic over here knows, is an absolute nightmare in terms of constructing that whole process. But I'd be happy in the graduate school with the man who runs executive education, with whom I'm going to share a plane flight and a night in Johannesburg at an MBA expo, to talk to him about creating an executive course that deals with artificial intelligence in terms of how we use it, like Mzizibot, for example, and what have you, Fresh Desk in this university. I'm saying that if we're going to have a program, it has to be developed. If it's going to be developed, that's a trial and error thing. If it's going to be a trial and error thing, why don't I pay the university its 25% top slice and set it up here with no risk to myself? And give it to the university once I've written the module descriptor and incorporated it into the program specification, probably for 2028 or thereabouts. And I'm saying I could test this and make some money out of it. And when the university says, go from here, you grey-headed man, you are too old for us. The intellectual property you recognize is still here. And that is something which, tuned for the Northern Hemisphere, is something that I can continue. The university represents an incubator for your ideas and your passions. Use it. They give you a computer. They give you access to the internet. They give you a library. They give you space. They give you a chance. Use that and leave the university to expand it. When you've tested it on the university's payroll, is my advice.
Just a quick question. Doc, I know that you are not going to exhaust this because there are two narratives.
Yes,
If there are two narratives in a sense that I want to, there's something that one had said, more particularly around the black community. Currently, we normally observe that when it comes to black community, you'll find that soon after people were retrenched, or soon after they retire, that is when they start to think about business. Then the question is, at what rate will that business be successful? That's the other observation that one has been able to. So we're not sure what could be the success rate in terms of that. Then. The second one is the narrative. In terms of, you'll come across in the city, townships, you'll find that there were businesses which were existing, but some of those businesses are no longer existing, but you'll find that soon after the ownership has been taken by the foreign nationals, then such businesses, they become successful. Then the question that I always ask is, what's the recipe that they have that the former owners, they didn't have when it comes to this then? I know that you're not going to finish that, but as I was sitting here, I was now starting to think whether can we not have a broader discussion. I know that there's a seminar series that we want to start with my team, so we felt that maybe it's part of some of the things that we can craft so that maybe we can also invite you again. That's what I'm saying. We're not going to finish this, but you can continue the conversation. Yes.
What you're saying is, if this has been a forum where we can spark a conversation which remains ongoing, which remains uplifting, which remains developmental, then that is why we do the job we do, I think. And that's effectively what you've achieved. I would be happy to talk to those things. I have a particular interest in blue-collar roots and what that means for people's life success and life orientation. The point of this, when you come from a blue-collar background, a working-class background, your dreams of necessity have to be very small, partly because of what available capital is, and partly because it's a very simple life. No one who wears an overall to work, once he has clocked out, white, black, brown, yellow, no one who wears an overall to work, once he has clocked out, continues to think about work. His life is his family, his hobbies, his sport, his car, his mates, whatever. I will walk into my office at 10 o'clock at night to check my emails. I will continuously worry. My wife was changing a cell phone on Sunday. I went and bought a R5 exercise book from Checkers so that I could write ideas into it. It becomes the nature of white-collar work, is that you never switch off. And you can encompass and embrace so much more when you work with tools, or you come off the tools and you go into sales. There's a limit to what you are able to embrace. And there are insufficient dreams. When those dreams come with the shackle of, I'll use the word slavery, the oppression, it's made that much worse. To overcome that is really awkward. What we refer to in this country as social development, it is nothing of the sort. There's no connection between the money we spend on social development and any kind of social developmental progress. I think the issue with respect to anyone who is able to make a business work is not about dreams and aspirations per se. It's about a hustle culture. My daughter, when she was at UCT, had a flatmate. Ruby went home to Nigeria and came back and said, Hannah, I was taken aback. I've become so flat here in South Africa. I got into Nigeria, I got home, and everyone hustles. They're always hustling. They're looking to make a plan. We don't hustle here. First thing. Second thing is education. When 0.5% of the children in Mkanyekude, one of the most beautiful places in this country, are able to read for meaning in their mother tongue, then we have a significant problem on our hands. It means you cannot have an insatiable curiosity, because you cannot read about anything and you can't write it down. You cannot make an argument. You can't communicate persuasively. You become a victim. And that's a tragedy. So those foreign nationals, if you look at their education stats, they're so much better than ours. And I think there's the solution, or it's certainly a reason and underpinning. But I like the symposium idea. It's time to hand over.
I would like, therefore, to thank Doug for this masterclass. A round of applause, colleagues. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Doug. We appreciate it. The symposium will be on, definitely. Thank you so much.
The conversation continues.
Yes.
I think now let's allow Prof. Chokonya to take the podium. And I'm not going to introduce you again, Prof, because you had one of the classes last week. So he's the one who was presenting online. So he's here with us, I think. Let me check. He presented a lot on, was it participation and inclusive governance? Or, yes, he presented on e-participation and inclusive or innovation, technology, and development challenges in the Global South. Yeah, he presented on that one. So today, it will be more on AI for attainment of SDGs. Over to you, Prof.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, the organizers of this seminar. Oh, sorry, let me move with the mic. But my voice is already loud. I've already inbuilt mic. Okay, so what I'm going to talk about here, it's actually part of Doug. Doug was one of my lecturers when I was here long back. So we were privileged, as you can see, during that time. So some of the things that he's talking, actually, it's part of my journey in terms of what we were learned from him. When I finished my studies, I actually started my own startup company, which was a software as a service, I think, in 2005. So I was also an entrepreneur. So I also took risk and do a lot of things. I just want to check if the people on the online, are they seeing the screen? Is it? Okay, no, thank you so much. So today's talk, it's a difficult one, a very controversial one, in the sense that no one has answers. Does artificial intelligence for attainment for SDGs, do we believe that it's possible? Can we use artificial intelligence? Why? I heard some yesterday complaining about technology taking over our abilities. We are now zombies. Is that what we want? So these are the challenges that are facing the world globally in terms of where do we end? Are we not going to get up and the technology is taken over from us? That's another question. Can we be left behind and not do it? That's another question. If you remember, some of you who are, I think your generation Z, during our age, if you are able to cram the multiplication box, in class you'll be seen as a hero. But is those skills still necessary? So the world is changing in terms of what is happening. Technology is making life easier, as well as what was being discussed. What skills do we need now in future? So those are the questions that we need to keep on asking ourselves. What is it that is required? What are we supposed to know? Is the knowledge that you have important or not important? During COVID, I was also part of the, team. I worked with Sun Park, trying to make decisions whether people should visit national parks in South Africa, which was a challenge. I think you also know there was issues of viruses, trying to trace them, whether this is same type of virus. Here at UKZN, we have got what we call SAMBI. How many of you know SAMBI? Yeah, the South African Bio Institute. They look on viruses, yeah. For us to be safe as we are, it was the artificial intelligence. The viruses that were there, they had to sequence them. It made it easier for the vaccines to be developed. Without machine learning, it could have taken more time to come to what we managed to develop some of those vaccines. So there are some pluses in terms of that. So we'll look on examples. As I indicated in the previous sessions, my background, as I said, I'm in IS, but I'm more in application. Currently, most of my research are looking on food and health. So health, I'm no longer more interested in it because if you eat good, you will become healthy. So I'm fighting health using food. That's my tool. So I hope the Minister of of health will put more money in food so that people don't go to the hospitals. Is that easy? So it could be. So if we look on the outline, we are going to look on the introduction, then in technological trends. Then we have got this STOPI framework, which is going to help us to unpick some of the challenges to do with artificial intelligence for sustainable goals. We will try to align in terms of the STOPIs, which SDGs have got, we can impact with certain variable or constructs of the STOPIs framework. Then after that, we will talk what are the challenges, because we can't just be free for all with artificial intelligence, because there is a risk. What if it ends up in the wrong hands? You get an app which is supposed to give you Y, and it gives you the opposite. How are you going to sue that app? Where do you go from? As you are aware, I think 2020 or 2021, Groups Hospital in Cape Town, which is a university hospital, they started a robot operation. The outcome was that a patient who spent 4 weeks in hospital after done manual operation was spending 2 weeks. So it cut the bed time for the patient by 50%. But are you willing to go for operation with a robot? What if it makes mistake? So all those are challenges that we still have. Where does technology needs to take? And what are the ethical things and what is acceptable? If there is issues, what if the person who wrote a code, there's something malicious that has not been tested? When COVID came, there were issues to say, I think I remember, people saying it's only for a particular race, us it's not for us. You remember? So those questions still come. If you do your test using algorithm with different people, can you generalize that this app that I've done for, let's say, treating this disease, it can work for all across? So there is a lot of bias in terms of data that is mostly used for artificial intelligence. So where are we? If we are doing a test, how do we make sure that the data that we are using for artificial intelligence remains representative, it's not biased? We have heard about artificial intelligence hallucination. Have you heard yes. So it gives you something that is unbelievable, out of the way. As I said, if you want to do, let's say there are a lot of insurance companies which are mostly for motor cars. So the data that you use, if it belongs to a particular region, it might not represent the whole type of the community. In South Africa, I've moved from different towns to another. If the moment I move, my insurance town says, no, where you are going, it's more risky. So they become more worried because they want to profit. So they actually look on the profile of where you stay. So that data has been collected, so it's used for making decisions in terms of that. So when we look on artificial intelligence, it has become part of our daily life, whether we like it or not. So as artificial intelligence becomes more prevalent globally, countries in the global south, including regions like Africa, South Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean, increase seeing opportunities presented by these technologies. The good thing about artificial intelligence, it has actually managed to level the playing field in certain organizations, because certain skills, you might not have them in terms of the requirement. Artificial intelligence is not new. It dates back long back. But the cost of having artificial intelligence on your doorstep or on your phone was not possible. So it's only the technology that has made it more possible, not that it was not there. It has been there for years. So it's more accessible than what it is. But the challenge with the Global South, we are still having areas where people, they don't have connectivity, where people, they don't have even smartphones, or they don't have laptops. So those people who don't have access to that, they are going to be worse off. It's just the same example that I was giving you to say, we are talking of equality, but how do we talk of equality when other people don't have data? So all these are challenges that we are faced with. So despite initial AI development being concentrated in the global north, global south nations are leveraging AI to address historically development challenges. AI holds significant promise in advancing critical domains such as agriculture, health, education, and the global south. So what we are concerned with now, why should we have a predefined educational level based on your age? Who said someone with 12 years cannot have a PhD? Why do we have to have a structured education? What is knowledge? Isn't it if you know something, you know it? Why do you have to say you have to spend 7 years to do grade 7, grade 7? Then you need so much to finish, 5 years to finish high school. So what we are seeing, I think in Randburg, they've actually started that process of personalizing education. Because what we know is that if you are good enough to be a PhD holder, you should be given. Why do you have to wait for 3 years? Is it necessary? So these are the trends that we are going to see in the future. Come 10 years from now, in Randburg, there is now a school which is doing that in Joburg. You can finish your grade 7 or matric, even if you are 10 years. What you are testing is your knowledge, isn't it? It's not about your number of age, your age. It's the knowledge that you have. So this is going to be important mostly with AI because we are saying what we are testing is knowledge. So all these new initiatives, they are held because of some of these advances in technology. So education is being disrupted, whether we like it or not. We have universities who still mark registers. Our university used to do that. You have to come in class. Why do I have to force you to come to school every day if what I'm teaching, you already know it? You can Google it online. Is it a ritual? So all these things are coming mostly with the Generation Z. Most of the Generation Z, they spend their time on the cell phones, isn't it? So our education should be on the cell phone, not on where I am here. So our business model is wrong. You take the education where the people are, not the other way around. So you are fighting a losing battle. So we have to start preparing our curriculum to look into that. Because otherwise, we will end up with, most of the universities will close. I know we have a problem of sunk cost. What do we do with this classroom? It's the same thing. We had, what do you call that, Kodak? We had nice cameras, but where are they now? So all these are challenges that we look on SDGs. Then artificial intelligence is a diverse and interdisciplinary field that integrates various concepts and technologies to develop intelligence machine capable of simulating human-like behavior and cognitive function. These include learning, acquiring information, rules for its application, reasoning, rules to draw conclusions, and self-correcting. AI is applied across a wide range of domains such as natural language processing, speech recognition, image recognition, and machine learning. So it's a wide domain. It's not all the areas where it has taken more disruptions, but most of the areas are actually being disrupted. Mostly the health sector, the farming, the education sector. I think the disruption is going to be quite big, significant as we move forward. So if we look on social development goals, these are the Sustainable Development Goals encompasses a broad spectrum of principles, strategies, initiatives designed to achieve sustainable development across economic, social, and environmental dimensions. Introduced by the United Nations in 2015, these 17 goals aim to address the social, economic, and environmental challenges faced worldwide. So we will now try to unpack the nexus, the intersection between these SDGs and where the artificial intelligence is disrupting some of these goals and what can be done in terms of artificial intelligence. So there is a lot of research that is done. Mostly, as I said, I was part of the FSNet project, which was funded by British government for 5 years, where we are looking at how we can use technology for sustainable food development. So I will try to talk of some of those areas. In 2019 as well, I got funding from DAD, which is German government, to look on digital health, where we did a lot of also machine learning projects during the COVID era. So there is a lot that is happening in that space. So the SDGs represent a universal call for action, aims to eradicate poverty, safeguard the planet, ensure that all individuals can experience peace, prosperity by the year 2030. So those goals, after 2030, we have to have new goals. So how far have we gone in terms of attaining those goals? So looking on that now, we will try to see some of the trends that has been happening in terms of health. So giving you just one example, how many of you have got loyalty cards at Pick and Pay? And Spar? Yes. So what I'm just trying to say, let me explain this. That information that you are giving to them every day, do you know they know what you eat more than what you know yourself? So imagine if we use that data to correlate your health with what you eat. How powerful will it be? We take that information from SPA, we share it with your doctor. So all those things are now starting happening, and I think you are aware the discovery program where they are now incentivizing if you eat healthy food, isn't it? So all those things are linked to that. So what we are saying is that as far as the technology is availability is there. And that's why I said the Harvard professor, he said technology does not matter. Many academics in IT, they said this guy is crazy. They thought that technology, he said technology is not important. No, technology has become cheaper and affordable and available. So it's no longer a competitive advantage to say, I have technology. So in that case, many organizations are accumulating a lot of data that they use for machine learning. For example, the top 2 companies in South Africa that have done well in artificial intelligence, one of them is, who can guess? The most innovative bank in South Africa? The most innovative bank in South Africa is FNB. It takes me 5 minutes to get 3 million now. Are you aware of that? Why? Because they use artificial intelligence. If you want a loan at ABSA, you have to wait for 2 to 3 weeks, if you are lucky, because they have to go manually to check your records. So what FNB have done, they realized the importance of artificial intelligence, and the data that you have in your profile, to give it to a bank clerk to come up with a decision, it's not an easy thing. And even if he does it manually, it will be wrong. Whereas if you use machine learning, the whole history for the past 3 or 4 years is there on the system. That's why FNB, they've made it faster and easier. It's just your click. Either if you qualify for a bank, for a loan, it shouldn't take you 5 minutes. Any argument on that? It's either you qualify or you don't qualify. How many days do you wait for ABSA? So what we are saying, that artificial intelligence is changing most of those things. The same with SARS. We had the privilege, I think, on Thursday to host the Commissioner of Tax. The same thing. It takes them 5 minutes to decide whether you have a rebate or a what. Normally, it used to take how many? Until November, waiting for whether you have money or not. So SARS is one of the companies that is using artificial intelligence. But imagine what if the algorithm is wrong, and they realize after 2 years. Then they come to you to say, you owe us the 300,000. Our algorithm was wrong for last year. So those are some of the challenges that we have faced. The other company which I worked with is what do you call Pick and Pay. Pick and Pay is one of the most innovative companies in South Africa. I was part of the journey in 2018. They decided that they are going to machine learning. So already all their suppliers were told that you have to go to EDI, electronic data interchange. All their orders for milk to clover, everything which they buy in the shop is not done by human beings anymore, because a human being makes mistake. So those are some of the cases that we have in South Africa where technology is changing the world. As you are aware, in retail, I'm telling you a secret. Clover, they pay Pick and Pay 60 days after they deliver milk. And you pay them cash, isn't it? So Pick and Pay, they are holding, let's say, 120 million for Clover for 60 days in their account. That's why they started a bank, because they didn't want FNB and Standard Bank to be rich. It's a secret, yeah? So all these things are happening because technology is there. When you are ordering, you need to know things like we call it in supply chain lead time. How long does it take to reach? So that information is there in the computer. So the computer is always learning about what is happening. You have to have what we call learning data. The learning data, if you do your learning model and it's now perfect, you don't have to involve human beings. You can leave the computer to do what is best for it. Then you concentrate on other things. So that's what Pick and Pay is doing nowadays. So these are some of examples where you can actually integrate data and machine learning. So the key thing that is now new gold is data. If you don't have data, there is no artificial intelligence. There is no machine learning. So the challenge is, how do we know that the data that we have in an organization is accurate, so that you don't end up with hallucination? So if you remember Donald Trump's elections, is it 20, forgotten the year? He used the social media data, which was on Facebook, to understand what his campaigning for America was. So he went on social media, he used the Cambridge Analytics to do the analysis. So when he was doing his campaign, he had already gone to Facebook for all Americans to understand what are the issues that are in the American side. Then after analyzing the data, he was able to pitch his campaign based on the data sitting on social media. So organizations nowadays, they no longer only use data internally, but you can also use external data for machine learning to find solutions. So in this case, as you can see, there is data coming from different areas, then you consolidate that data. So the power of machine learning is not in the algorithm, it's in the data that you have. The more data that you have, the more accuracy decisions you can make with that data. There is one company which I'm working with. It's called Technopro. They are in, what do you call it, PE. What they've done, they know the price of every vegetable commodity in South Africa, in each city, every day. And they're selling it to government. They're making millions. And I paid them. I wanted the data for my research. So if you look on that data, it's very crucial for the Department of Agriculture because they want to understand issues of food insecurity. What is there? One of the projects that we are trying to do is to estimate during the crop season how many tons of crops are we going to harvest. So we can use drones, we can use this, but there is now a lot of other machine learning models that are coming in terms of predicting that, because the government needs to know in advance whether we have enough quantity of wheat for the next 2 to 3 years so that they can finance the projects. So what I've done here, I've borrowed a framework by a guy called Bakri. His framework looked on strategies, technology, organization, people, and environment framework. So to achieve the sustainable development goal through artificial intelligence with the framework of STOPI, I modified it where he used the strategy, I replaced with society. So we are going to go through examples of what are some of the artificial intelligence initiatives and what are the perspectives in terms of that. Then I'll try to give you examples of some of the projects that I'm involved in with different partner universities. So societal perspective. Artificial intelligence has the potential to significantly impact the attainment of sustainable development goals from a social perspective. So AI can empower society by improving access to health, education, and essential services through predictive, personalized learning platforms and telemedicine. So in South Africa, we have a challenge currently with a backlog of people who are waiting for operations. Are you aware of that? Some they've waited for more than years, and some are dying in their houses because the public health cannot cope. So the initiative that was done at Group's Hospital in Cape Town is one of those game changers. Because one, we are saying where you need to spend 1 month in hospital after an op, when a robot does the op, you cut by half the length of time that you spend. So you are freeing the beds that are in scarce in the country as well. So in terms of that, we are seeing a lot of AI used in those areas, even in things like fractures. It has been actually found out that when you look at fractures, it's about precisions that you need to design. In many cases, robots or AI is actually taking over because a human being has been actually found to make more mistakes than a computer. Because you are looking at a fracture, one day I think your mood is not okay. You make a wrong decision, or the work that you are doing is not good for a human eye to do, but a computer can do much better using optical recognition. So there is a lot of changes that are happening in those areas as well. Personalized education, I think we talked about that, which I'm saying we should be very scared, us who are in academia, whether we still have our jobs. in the next 10 years or so. Whether it will be needed or not, we have to be reskilled to do other stuff. To maximize the social benefits of AI for the good, it is essential to address such challenges as digital literacy gap. I think we discussed about it. The challenge of digital literacy gap is actually one of the major challenges because we cannot take for granted that everyone else will be able to understand the instructions. And not only that, most of the AI apps are not written in local languages, so we have a lot of work to be done in terms of simplifying some of the information that comes from there. Ethical concerns, as I said, how do you feel you leave your mother being cared by a robot? It's now happening in America. Robots are taking over as caregivers to elderly people. Is it ethical? Is it human? Is it human? Then you ask a robot, how did my father spend a day today? So those are things that we should look at, ethical concerns. And in an environment where if I write what do you call it, an app, can I put a disclaimer so that the people who are using the technology knows some of the risk? Are we doing that as a technologist? So all those things are things of concern in terms of technology. So by integrating AI solutions thoughtfully with social context, we can leverage technology to accelerate progress towards achieving the SDGs and improve the well-being of community worldwide. So these are some of the areas of impact in terms of society, which we are seeing from artificial intelligence, healthcare, which is SDG 3, good health and well-being. So if you have a Fitbit, it tells you how many kilometers you've run, and if it's linked to your health, your health insurance company, they can diagnose how you are performing and all those things. So rather than be reactive, we can do proactive using some of these technologies. Social inclusion, as we said, in some cases, it's actually reducing, what do we call it, the disparities between those who have and those who don't have. But we have to be careful about the issue of excluding others in the AI journey. Public safety and the disaster recovery, I think there is a lot of initiatives that are being done in terms of sustainable cities and the communities. I think you remember during COVID, drones were being used to check where people are breaking the rules in terms of lockdowns, and it will be reporting in terms of what is happening. So all those things could not be done by humans because we don't have the capacity. At times it's overwhelming. Employment, economic growth, SDGs, data science, automation, enhancement, productivity, support. So in terms of employment, economic growth, there is double-edged sword. I think I gave you an example. When I was working for Ferreira Rocher, we had faxes coming from Pick and Pay ShopRite checkers for orders. So we had 10 ladies who would spend from 8 o'clock until 4 p.m. punching those orders. So what we would find out around 12, they are tired now. They put the price on quantity, the quantity on price. So when we deliver the orders to Pick and Pay, it says, no, this is not what we ordered. So the whole truck is sent back. Because a human being cannot do that job. You can't spend the whole day just looking on a piece of paper. You are a human being, you become tired. So we introduced the EDI. The work that was being done by 10 people during the whole day, it was now taking 5 minutes. So what we are saying, economic growth, innovation, and all those things. So those are the areas that we are seeing much in terms of private sectors, in terms of that. Ethics and governance, We will look on how are we going to address some of these challenges, SDGs, peace, justice, and strong institutions. There is a lot also in AI, in law. There are a lot of initiatives that are also taking there in terms of how technology can be used in making some of the regulations in peace, justice as well. So the second one of this topic, we look on technology perspective. Artificial intelligence plays a crucial role in advancing the sustainable development goals from a technological perspective by enhancing capabilities across various sectors. AI technology such as machine learning and natural language processing can optimize technology management, energy efficiency, infrastructure development. So there is a lot of research. As you understand, we are now moving to driverless cars, isn't it? So those driverless cars, the people, they say, if we introduce driverless cars worldwide, we will reduce accidents by 80%. Do you agree? Why? The reason is being that human beings, we have fatigue. Human beings, you drive whilst you are thinking somewhere else. You are in the road, but you are not there. Yes. So what they found out is that one of the Tesla, which had an accident, I think after 3 years, yeah, it was not its fault, but it was the other one. So mostly, if AI takes over in terms of driving, there is a possibility that most of the insurance companies might go bankrupt. They might be there, mostly the car industry. And who would own the insurance for that car if I am not driving? Is it my fault? It's not the driver, isn't it? So we have to be careful because it will be a new business model. Because if you are saying, I have to insure the car and I'm not the one who wrote the software, does it make sense? So that's where AI is going to change. So you can look on that. The studies already have been done that if AI takes over, accidents in the roads will be less compared to what we have. Imagine how much road accidents is paying in South Africa. So if we cut it by 80%, what do we do with that profit? That's a lot of money. So smart cities powered by AI can reduce carbon footprints and enhance urban living conditions. From a technological perspective, do we have smart parking in Durban? Smart parking. You don't have? Yeah, in Gauteng they had, yeah. What was happening in Gauteng, I'm not sure if they're still working. The guys who are in the streets, they take all the revenue for the municipality. So what they are doing now, they are replacing them with sensor. So the sensor records how many cars were parked in this particular for the whole month. So I'm able to do an audit to see what is the revenue for Bay 1, Bay 2, Bay 3. Are you getting my point? So because the guys who are in the streets, those ones, they connive with the drivers, they get kickbacks. Then the council gets 0. So now the company which is in charge of that now, they have to pay the money because I have proof that on such particular time there was a car and it left it this time. So these are some of the technologies that are coming now. So it will actually enhance the revenue of the municipalities because you are able to account for revenue for each slot in the street where you're supposed to get money. So you just put a sensor. So the car parks, the sensor signals send a message. When you drive away, then it will send a message. So at the end of the month, I can do an audit that I'm expecting 10,000 from that place. So if I get 2,000, where is the other money? So however, it is essential to address the challenges such as data privacy. How many of you are willing to be known where you are every minute? Yeah. So that's why we are saying these technologies are a double-edged sword. But what if you are kidnapped? You think I should have been monitored, isn't it? So it's a challenge. How do you break the two to say, okay, I want this, but I want my privacy. To what level? So one of the other challenges is we say the algorithm bias. What if the algorithm that you are given is wrong? Who is going to pay for that? So all those are challenges. The digital divide, to ensure equitable access and ethical deployment of AI technologies worldwide. So in some cases also, these technologies, they work in economies of scale, because at times, if you don't have a good ecosystem, it's difficult to spend a lot of money investing on that. So those are some of the challenges that you find in technology. So technologies is doing a lot of great work, but you need to, at the end of the day, you need to understand what benefit are you getting out of that. So these are some of the SDGs that have been impacted. I think in agriculture, we have done a lot in terms of water management in many areas, smart irrigation. One of the areas that we are doing in Mamasbury, we went to farmer, we asked him how, they are doing Shiraz grapes. We asked them, how many hours do you irrigate? He says, Prof, we irrigate 6 hours. Why do you irrigate 6 hours? They don't have an answer, because what is there? Their cost for electricity was 30,000 per month. And water is scarce. So what with smart irrigation using sensors, you can trigger when the moisture goes down and off. So what she was losing is actually cost of electricity, water, which is also, if you over-irrigate, you have leaching, so you are losing nutrients as well. You need more fertilizer. So this is an area where I think many commercial farmers are doing that, but smallholder farmers, we are working with smallholder farmers. The technology is no longer expensive as it was, so it's affordable in terms of that. Renewable energy, as we discussed as well, I think you know about the issues of ESCOM getting money from overseas to move outside of coal and look on other technologies as well. So this is a double-edged sword as well. You know, we are talking of clean energy, but if we talk of clean energy, what do we do with people who are working in the coal industry? How many billions of people will be affected? So can we just shut down the coal industry? So all those things are challenges that we need to look at. Affordability as well. So I participate in the NESA, the energy sector conversations. One of the challenges that, although we are benefiting from solar, but the solar is not there in the evening, but the question is, some they don't even have energy during the day, isn't it? So their argument is that because we did not get revenue during the day from solar, and you want us to give you solar in the evening when we did not have many revenue, it's a challenge. So that's why the government is now trying to tax people who are using solar, because they said you are only not reliant on solar because you need to go to the grid when your solar is down. So all those that's why they are now looking at what we call the energy mix, mostly the wind energy in the Eastern Cape, because wind can be there during the night, but solar, what will happen to the grid if everyone goes to the grid during the night and we don't have enough reserves? Health innovation, I think we covered that. Environmental monitoring. What was discovered in America, the pollution that is caused by fertilizers is equivalent maybe to the pollution that is done by all the cars in Durban, in this region. Are you aware of that? So ammonium nitrate is one of those polluters. So the example that I was giving you of the grape, it's not only the loss of money in energy, it's not only the water, but the pollution that is going into the seas. So one of the projects that I'm working on now, the day zero which I was talking about, there is a, according to UN, each and every person, each and every organization, it's supposed to, sorry, what is the time now? I can talk forever. Is it 1:30 yet? It's lunchtime. So let's have a break, then we'll come and continue.
Hello. Hi. Hi, everyone. Thank you. I think we can now start. Yeah, we can get ready to start. Yo. Yeah. So just one announcement from me. We have, I don't know if I should say, evaluation form. I'm just going to distribute it amongst you guys. Can I please have it by the end of today? So I'm going to distribute it now, and then I'm going to collect it maybe, let's say, in an hour. I'll collect it from everyone. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had enjoyed the lunch. I know the afternoons are difficult when the stomach is full, so I'll try to ask questions so that we are interactive. So before the lunch hour, we were looking on issues of technology, which I said technology is no longer the issue in terms of what it can do. It's actually our imagination which is now a limitation, not the technology itself. So there are unlimited possibilities that can be done in terms of technology. I said we have examples in precision agriculture, renewable energy, smart cities, health in innovation, environmental monitoring and conservation, which I think some of you, I think yesterday you had a presentation on grant funding. So those are where the opportunities are. I know we have got a multidisciplinary team here. The issue of grant funding is more associated with the SDGs. What is the SDGs that are topical in that particular year? As you are aware, we had COP27. We are going to have those where they discuss about some of the issues that are affecting the global environment, which is carbon emission. So if your study that you are doing is linked to one particular sector, mostly if you are doing any study that is in South Africa, there is a funding. If you are doing research in, let's say, food system, we have got food sector. How many of you know food sector? So if you need applications for bursaries, those are the targeted entities because they want to advance their agenda. If you are in ICT, we've got ICT sector. If you education sector. So it's similar to that. So try to link your study to SDGs. It's very, very important. It's not about rigor, it's about impact. What is your study going to do in terms of impact? Is it going to contribute to the social, economic, and other challenges that is facing communities? So environment is one of the key ones, climate and environment, which is life below water and land on water. As part of our Food System Center of Excellence, we have formed a new collaboration which is looking on those areas and called Club. So UP are hosting that, which is looking on those issues that are affecting disaster management is also an issue. Sustainable cities and community, as you are aware, we have floods in Cape Town. And how can we use machine learning in some of those areas, predicting the disasters? On Sunday, our university, everyone got an SMS that the university is closed because they anticipated the thunder. And so if it was not of that information, otherwise some people might have been affected. So technology is assisting in many ways. So now we move to the Stoppies O, which is organization perspectives. I'll just highlight some few things, but I think we have covered Pick and Pay. We discussed about how SARS is using artificial intelligence, and also F&B. So artificial intelligence can simply contribute to the attainment of the sustainable goals from an organization perspective by enabling efficiency. So efficiency is one of the key issues. I think in the morning, Doug was talking about competitive advantage. The reason why I am where I am at UWC, the government of South Africa, after they realized that fourth industrial revolution is where to go, they put a call for universities to participate in digital supply chain. So what it entails is that several universities had to apply. I think it was 10 million to start a program. So our university submitted a proposal. So ironically, UWC is surrounded by those ones who have been to Cape Town. We are surrounded, we are next to the airport, which is a logistics. We are surrounded by DHL, all the logistic companies. But ironically, we don't have a logistic degree. Can you imagine? So our education system should look on the needs of where you are. So luckily enough, they were the ones that were given the, and we are between N1 and N2 in terms of the highways, which makes sense. So, and we have a railway line passing through the universities, two of them on opposite side. So the issue is the program was looking on the needs of South Africa in terms of preparing them for the new innovations that are linked with technology. So that's why it's very, very important to look on efficiency, because if your organization is not efficient, then you close because you are not making profit. So the idea was to retrain people from industry, not people from undergraduate, to recapacitate them to prepare for the new technologies that are coming. So it's very intense. We teach machine learning, we teach digital technology, data management, IoT. So those students, they are marketable because that's what the industry is looking for. So in addition to that, business and government can use AI to streamline operations, optimize supply chain, and improve decision-making processes. One of the projects that I've been working with is looking on last mile delivery. Last mile delivery is one of the challenges in that whatever profit an organization makes. When I was group ICT manager for Ferreira Rocher, we would send a truck, let's say to Newcastle. From Newcastle to another nearest town, you deliver with a 3-ton truck an order of 200 rands. Does that make sense? So what it means, all the profit that you've made is now going to you. So nowadays we are looking on issues of using drones. So you move with your big truck with 10 drones on top, then the last mile delivery is done by drones. So you need to have all the coordinates where you want to send the products. So these are some of the innovations. So AI-driven automation can lead to more efficient use of resources, greater productivity across various sectors. From an organizational perspective, leveraging AI requires addressing challenges such as data privacy, cybersecurity, workforce readiness for AI adoption. By integrating AI technology responsibly, organization can contribute actively to achieve the SDGs, driving sustainable development, fostering inclusive economic growth, and globally. So, as I indicated earlier on, in many cases, many organizations that are in retail, they are also trying to use AI in terms of efficiency, in terms of routes. So what Imperial, one of the biggest logistic company, does, after 4 p.m., they've received all the orders of what needs to be moved to different locations. they do what we call route planning. So it's a software, which is an AI machine, which will direct which route each truck has to go. So it's based on algorithm. So the advantage is that it improves efficiency in them in that they are going to save fuel, and also in terms of delivering on time. So there is a lot of application of artificial intelligence in route planning. How do you deliver your orders from one position to another based on the routes that are available? Because in some cases, the route that you take in one particular day, in another day is not the efficient one. So we have a lot of cases where people are doing research in that area. I think I've published some papers on those areas as well. Then in terms of organizational perspective, these are the areas where we have got more impact, efficient resource management. I'm talking about how do you direct your trucks from one point to another in an efficient way, saving fuel and also reducing carbon emissions. So all those things, we look onto that. One of the challenges that we found out in some of the researches, 90% of the trucks for logistics, they are spent queuing at malls to offload the stuff. So why can't we have a machine learning which looks on the pattern of deliveries and the trucks only arrives at the time when it needs to be offloaded? So all those are challenges that are facing the logistic industry as well. Then data-driven decision-making, we are talking of innovation then infrastructure. We look on partnership for the goals, which is data-driven. The challenge of AI, as I indicated from the beginning, you can't work in silos to be able to get more benefits. I think I gave you an example about your loyalty card. Your loyalty card, let's say you think what we call Discover are generous to give you those benefits, but it's helping them to plan. The cost of insurance is based on those risks which they've studied. So it's not like easier. If you talk of insurance for a car, they do algorithms that help them to give you the price. So that data that we are talking about, you cannot get it on your own. You need to work with partners. So they consolidate all the data so that they are able to inform the decisions that the government can make in terms of investment or decision that needs to be done. So issue of partnership is very important. Financial inclusion and economic growth. In certain countries, they are realizing that using bank statement and accounts is no longer the issue, because you can actually give a person a loan based on the amount of money that they spend on their cell phone. It's more accurate. Are you aware of that? Some people, they don't buy cash, but they phone, they are also on internet and whatever. So certain business models are now starting to change, because imagine a vendor who does not have a bank account and he wants to borrow money. What method can you use to make a decision to give that person? So you can ask can you print out a printout of expenditure on your cell phone bill can be used now for giving people loans. So all these are new innovative ways which are used in financial inclusion and economic growth. So we don't have to keep on looking on the previous models that are no longer appropriate, because some people, they don't bank money anymore. They might be using other methods, but they call, they do other things, they are on WhatsApp. So that could be a basis of actually decision. Operation and efficiency and productivity, which is 9, which we discussed. Risk and resilience, which is very, very important in terms of sustainable cities and communities. So we found out that in many cases, people are also looking on how technology can be used for pollution if you remember during the COVID era, the prevalence of COVID virus was actually detected in the sewer system. Are you aware of that? So you don't have to use the other methods. So there are several methods. So in some cases, pollution that is happening can actually lead to something, because in many cases we are encouraging people to grow crops in town in their backyard. But do we know what spillage of chemicals happened in that area previously? So all those are areas, some of the areas that we are doing, mostly in Cape Town, because as you are aware, it's at the sea, the water is contaminated, the people have borehole, they are using that water for different purposes, but they don't know how the health hazards associated with that. So we have guys who are working on similar projects like that. Then we come to people now, people which is really a challenge. Artificial intelligence can proudly impact the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals from a people perspective by empowering individuals, fostering inclusive and enhancing quality of life across diverse communities in the Global South. So AI can empower individuals by providing personalized recommendations, healthcare diagnostics, educational resources to individuals. It can also facilitate inclusive growth by bridging digital divide and creating opportunities for marginalized communities. So after COVID, one of my projects that I'm working with smallholder farmers in Cape Town, sorry, not Cape Town, Western Cape, where I'm training them to design their websites to sell their products online. One of the fascinating stories, when I was in George, the same person in the same area, they are selling spinach. The other one is selling spinach at 12 Rand, the other one is selling at 34. Because the other one is selling online, is managing to get more customers. So for that, you are able to reach more customers in terms of that. So this is why we are saying we need to bridge the digital divide. Everyone should benefit in terms of those technologies to be able to be sustainable. From a people perspective, it is essential to address concerns such as ethics, privacy protection, digital literacy to ensure equitable access and meaningful engagement with AI technologies. By prioritizing ethical AI deployment and fostering digital inclusion, AI can contribute positively to enhance the well-being and opportunities of people worldwide. Actually, the training that I've done it for 3 years. Some of the people who came on training, they're actually making money by training others. You get what I'm saying? So they are now empowered. Instead of those ones who are selling on Facebook platforms, the system that they are using now, you can have a history of your product, you can make decisions, you can link it to a courier where a person who needs a produce can come and pay, or you can pay, you can on an app. So what it means, it has empowered many farmers in terms of reach for their products, which they could not do before the technology that they are now using. And the technology is for free for few products that you are selling. If it's small products, then you can pay maybe 300 rands per month. But the innovation is linked with Instagram, it's linked with Facebook, all the apps. So all those are benefits. And some are actually doing it for others and earning a living by that. So these are some of the core areas where the impact can be felt in terms of people perspectives: access to education, SDG for quality education. During those ones we remember, I think UK broke up from Brexit. Was it 2019? Immediately then we had COVID. So one of the challenges when UK broke out from Brexit was that they did not have drivers, because most drivers were coming from other European countries. So they couldn't now have drivers. So what did they do? They had to use virtual reality. People were given licenses for driving without actually going to the road. So imagine if we do that in South Africa, we use virtual reality to give people license. You are driving on a stationary vehicle, but you are doing like you are really driving a car. So they managed to beat the driver's shortage. And what benefits do we have if we do that? Many people are buying the driver's license without even going for a test, isn't it? But with technology, can you do that? You can't, because you have records. So those are some of the things that are coming. During COVID as well, some universities, they were using simulations for students who are doing engineering. At our university, people who graduate for dentistry, nursing, you can't graduate without a certain number of practicals according to their professional bodies. But if you are using virtual reality or simulations, you can do that. So all those things are done using artificial intelligence. They can test you whether you are doing the correct thing and get results. So all those are areas where you can see that technology is assisting in many ways. So health, I think we talked, employment opportunities, decent work, economic growth, no poverty, reduce inequalities, partnership for goals, gender equality, and peace, justice. So all those are also covered with people. So you as a researcher, you don't have to be overwhelmed with all these. But if you are from social sciences, how do you think AI can have impact in terms of gender inequality? Let me give you an example. We did a study in several African countries. In several African countries, the access to cell phone, is it the same in a household? In many cases, it's the man, isn't it? Or it's the wife. I don't know. Who has the phone in the household? If we have one, who keeps the phone? It's different. But in some countries, it's the husband. If there is, yeah. So we are already discriminating others. So all these are challenges. So in some cases, it's the wife who has the phone. So when we are doing our project in Tanzania, next to that, so before we started our project, we had to find, because we were developing an app which a person can use for fertilizer application, but we needed to know who has the phone and what is the amount of, how many people have the phones. Because you can go with the technology and people don't have cell phones. What are you going to do? So all these are challenges that you need to understand in terms of gender. So what I'm trying to say there, if you are doing your research nowadays as well, more funding. If you put a gender issue, there's a lot of funding. Your proposal have more weight than if it doesn't have a gender. So gender and youth, I think there's a lot of funding that is coming there. So that's why I'm saying, because the UN, they know these are critical issues that needs to be addressed, like what I said earlier on. Then last but not least, we are now talking on environment. Artificial intelligence can significantly contribute to achieving the sustainable goals from an environmental perspective by enabling monitoring, conservation efforts, and promoting sustainable practices. So, as I indicated, we have got COP27. COP, we are trying to make sure that each and every person is responsible in terms of making sure that we conserve the environment. So we have had cases, I think here in KZN, there was a company which had a toxic environment. I don't know, is it New Germany or whatever, which was on the newspaper, should be 2-3 years ago. So European companies, actually they are dumping toxic in what do you call it, in Africa. If you look, the people who are supposed to look on environment, they are supposed to give high fines to organizations that pollute the environment. But in Africa, we look at manifest. The issue of environment is not a key. And many of those companies that are doing pollution in Africa, they wouldn't do the same what they are doing in Europe. I can give you, for example, in 2014, I did a project for Mining Safety, Health Safety Council. Google that, it was looking on things like HIV, TB, and silicosis. So Anglo-American, what they were doing now, not only Anglo-American, many mining companies, when you are drilling for gold, you inhale what we call silica. Silica affects your lungs. Now people, they will call you, you have got HIV, you have got HIV that's causing the TB. So they managed to get away with it because in South Africa there is no law. So some lawyers in UK, they took the matter upon themselves and sued Anglo-American in UK because by law, that company could not sue Anglo-American in South Africa because there is no law to hold them accountable. But Anglo-American is a British company, so they sued it in UK. They paid 2 billion, which is now being disbursed to the people who were lied that they had HIV when it was actually silica. So that money, they can't even track some of those people who died. We are talking of billions. It has been happening for years. So those are some of the environmental issues that happens because there are hazards where we work and people don't know. So Google that paper and Google that article, HIV, TB, and silicosis. So it's really a controversial one, which I was very lucky because I published my paper when the case was done. So I got many sites. They thought maybe I was, and people, they think I'm a doctor. I'm not. But I worked in Rio Tinto. I told you I was a group IT manager for Rio Tinto. So it was a matter which was of my heart because I know what was happening. Although I was not against them, but I just wanted to understand how can we use big data to machine learning for these things. So these are the areas where you can actually use big data, getting that data and be able to analyze how things are happening in community. So AI can also drive innovation in energy waste management and conservation efforts from an environmental perspective. Integrating AI technology requires addressing challenges such as data privacy, algorithm transparency. Yes, the issue of algorithm transparency is very, very important. Imagine the person who is doing the algorithm is paid by a company that is doing research. That's why we found out when you are doing your research, if I'm a publisher, I ask you where you funded for your research. Because the person who funded you have a motive. He can't tell you, if Anglo-American is funding you for studying health in mines, do you think they will need you to expose them? So they will ask you to change the algorithm. So if I know that the company that is funding you have got conflict, they have conflict of interest, isn't it? So conflict of interest is very, very important. I supervised another student who was working for Telkom. I won't name the university. He wrote everything against the Telkom. Nothing was good. So the person was trying to settle a score. You get what I'm saying? So that's what we mean by conflict of interest. So please, those ones who are doing your PhD, avoid doing a PhD where you are working because you are trying to settle a score, something that went wrong. So all these things are important in terms of ethical. You need to declare all those things because you are a human being, isn't it? You are not a machine. So you have got feeling something went wrong. So you start now digging into your company that you are working for years because of one minor thing. So it's very, very important. So by leveraging AI to monitor, predict, and mitigate environmental impact can advance towards achieving sustainable goals while preserving ecosystem and promoting the well-being of the future generation. So these are some of the areas I think I want to I've already highlighted where we've done certain projects. I think the clean water and sanitation, I'm working with the Missouri in America on that. We have a guy who has spent water trying to find the pollutions, mostly coming from the from the industry. As you are aware, we are next to the airport in Cape Town. We don't know when they are cleaning the aeroplanes, what goes into the land that is adjacent to that. Cape Flats, people are growing vegetables. You see people having other diseases that you don't understand. So all those are areas that are of concern. So these are some of the projects that we are working on in terms of technology. In UP, we are trying to look on developing IoT for detecting disease using smell before you can even see it with your eyes. So it's a pattern. You got an SMS before you can even see that your crop have got a disease. So all those are projects, food quality, consumer engagements, and education. All these are areas where you can apply artificial intelligence. So the challenge now, can we just leave it like that? So that's where there are challenges. So in the global south, we need to make sure that we regulate AI. Because AI, if it falls in the hands of rogue people, it can be abused. So in the global south, the regulation landscape surrounding AI and its application in SDGs is evolving a bit with unique challenges, perspective at the global, regional, and national level. So they are already, I'm part of EU-Africa Summit I presented 2 months ago. They are now looking on how do we come with regulations with AI in agriculture? Because imagine you get an app which does not do what it's supposed to do. Then after 2-3 months, it causes harm to your business. Who can you sue? So all those are challenges that are facing on that. So currently, I think we can take UN frameworks that they do on regulation, maybe try to customize it to our needs, because the environments are different. So there is a need to make sure that we regulate the landscape, whilst at the same time not impacting on innovation. So AI regulation plays a crucial role in shaping innovation in the SDGs by promoting responsible development, safeguarding public interest, fostering a conducive regulatory environment for technology advancement. So it's a double-edged sword in that if you put too many regulations, then you are reducing innovation. But we are saying, can we just leave it for everyone to do? The Americans, they say, do it and apologize. But can we do that? What if the robot that is put in a hospital kills 50 people? Who is going to be responsible? So all those things we need to regulate. So by striking the right balance between regulation and innovation, policymakers can create a framework that supports the responsible and sustainable use of AI technologies to address the sustainable development goals. So these are some of the challenges in regulatory compliances in Africa. Addressing challenges in regulatory compliance regarding AI application in SDGs in the Global South requires concerted efforts from policymakers, business, and other stakeholders. So how many of you have heard about the POPIA Act? How many people have gone to jail with the POPIA Act? Whom you know? How many times have you been phoned by someone whom you didn't give your phone number? Yeah. So we already have challenges. We have the law, but how many people follow it? So in terms of that, we have challenges of cost control. Who is going to check what we are talking is being done? Simplifying regulatory frameworks, how can we make it easier? So if you phone me and I have your number, can I go to the police to say I was traumatized, can I get 10,000 today? Because I don't know why he phoned me. So all these are challenges. As much as we need the regulations, it's not easy. So clarification of legal uncertainties. And taking on to that, building regulatory capacity. Do the police know what it means? Data privacy, do they know what it is? Have we trained them? And they've got more other criminals, murder cases to look at, and you go with issues of data privacy when someone has been killed, which they are investigating. Do they listen at you? The same with the courts. So all these are challenges that we are faced with, but we cannot just leave it. Maybe we need to foster regional collaboration. If other countries have done it, what can we learn from them to look into it rather than just ignoring it? So Global South can create a conducive regulatory environment that supports innovation and responsible use of artificial intelligence to address sustainable food systems in the continent as well. So in summary, I'm just giving you what we have covered. So from a STOPIS perspective, it's crucial to ensure that AI development consider ethical implications, address bias, and prioritize transparency and accountability. Collaboration among stakeholders, government, business, civil society, and academia is essential to harness AI potential effectively while mitigating the risk. Furthermore, capacity building initiatives focused on AI education and skills development are critical for enabling the Global South to harness AI technologies. So our curriculum must now reflect the reality where we are living in terms of how do we change our curriculum to look on these issues when we are discussing about our projects, how can we collaborate with AI in terms of what we want to do in terms of challenges that are there. So by integrating AI with the STOPIS framework, the Global South can leverage technology to leapfrog development challenges, achieve sustainable progress toward the SDGs, and fostering inclusive growth and resilience in the process. Okay, so that's it. Any questions?
Do you have questions? Okay.
Prof, thank you for the wonderful and informative presentation. From my side, Prof, I just have a few issues, I think, from yesterday's presentation as well from Dr. Lawrence. I understand that every innovation, just like any research, is based on the gaps. And when it comes to AI, our fallibility as humans seems to be the identified gap that AI seeks to address. And it comes across to me as though we've lost patience with humanity and the fallibility thereof, where if you make a mistake, you sleep at work, you will be fired, you will get a robot to do what you're supposed to do, you know. Not so much different from me knocking off at work and I'm so tired, I get in the room and I say, the way I'm so tired today, I just want to rest, get a bath and sleep. The next day when I come back from work, I find the robot guy. And my partner says, at least he's not going to get tired. You know, for me, it's like that, where if you can't do a certain thing or there is some level of being human, making mistakes, we will get a robot to replace you quickly. So it poses a bit of a concern for me because for now, the question of the balance between the use of technology and job security remains unanswered. And that's where I want to pick your brain, Prof, to check is there a way to strike that balance? Instead of replacing humans with AI, we work hand in hand, you know. I'm trying to enter into negotiations now because there seems to be a lot of replacement rather than that empowering humans in their faults. Then the last one, Prof, is in terms of the sustainable use of AI. Maybe if you can unpack that for me a little bit. From your side, what is the sustainable use of AI? Then I will leave it there. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Starting with your first question, I understand the issue that you are talking about. Fortunately, most of you here are younger than many are. Around the 2000s, people would spend 2-3 hours in the queue to withdraw money. Then the productivity that was lost in organization, if we put it in money, we don't know. So what happened now, when the government, many governments were trying to look into ATMs, the question was, if we remove the bank tellers, what are we going to do with the people who are going to retrench, which is really okay. Your argument is correct, because in many cases, some of these technologies, even Bill Gates came up with that when in some models, we need to find ways of, how can we call it, tax people who are using technology, which could replace people. But as you are aware, in the developed global south, most of us, how many people have got unemployment salary, like in European countries? So yes, your concern is very valid in terms of that, because in many cases, even the telecom industry during 2000, when people moved from the analog systems to digital, many technicians who were working in telecom, they were retrenched because the PBX, the old ones, were no longer viable compared to the new technology. So answering to that question, some of the people can be reskilled into other jobs in terms of skills development labor. I think that's one of the other projects that we are doing in other organizations. But the challenge is, how do you make sure that everyone is accommodated? So unfortunately for the Global South, I think it's a challenge because no one caters for the people who have been retrenched because technology has been introduced in their organization. So I think from humanities, I think it's an area where more studies are required. Not only in terms of what you said about technology, even the one I'm talking about, the humanization of technology. How do we make sure that when people are using technology, do you know some people are committing suicide because of a WhatsApp they've received? Yes, which could not ever happen. People are now divorcing on WhatsApp. Is that illegal? So the consequences of this technology that we are talking about, they are really dangerous. Because at times you just type, but you don't know the consequence of the message that you are sending. So from the humanities, I think we have challenges to understand those things as much as we have technology. Many people have broken because of there's no humanness. Everyone is on his WhatsApp. We don't know each other. We are now living with strangers in our houses. So all those are social issues that are there because technology has taken over. I don't know in 10 to 20 years when this new, what do you call, the Generation Z, when they are now the leaders of the countries, I don't know what's going to happen. What will do with the parliament in Cape Town? We'll close it. They'll do the parliament on WhatsApp. Who would go to a parliament building? So these are the things that we are talking about. It's similar the case that we are talking about forcing students to come on this campus. As much as we like it, this business model is obsolete. We are hanging on to something that is obsolete. People should learn at their own time, not in a class like what we are. You learn when you want. If you wake up at 3 a.m., you want to study, you should be able to study. Not in a class. That's where we are going. So we are accustomed to say learning you have to be in a building, but well, let's watch what is happening in the next few years. So in terms of your question, I don't have a really answer, so I'm returning it to you. You do a research on that. But as I said, in the global south, they have an unemployment salary. In the global north, here we don't have. So that's why I was asking about the SASO issue, the coal generation. We closed all the coal power stations. What do we do with those people? Where do we take them? So it's a challenge. Sorry, repeat your second question. I did not read it.
My second question, Prof, was on. I was just requesting you to unpack a little bit, in your opinion, what does sustainable use of AI mean?
Okay. Sustainable use of AI, I think we have talked about it. You have to respect people's privacy. You have to do no harm in terms of what you are doing. There is a lot of unethical use. I get data, the same thing which we are talking about. Mostly people who are in HR, they are now millionaires, some of them. They sell the whole database of UKZN to a company to call. And they know your name and where you work and your profession. Where did they get that? So that's why I'm saying when we are dealing with issues of AI, we need to be ethical in terms of the data that you are using. Did you get it ethically, or you stole the data from somewhere? The algorithm in the data, is it not biased? I think I can take an example. I'm not talking that the census, they use the data. When we are looking at census data in each and every year, I think for the past 2 census rows, there is always an argument, people which they are saying is not correct, if you have noticed it. Because when you are talking with the census data, it's a very, very important data because it's used for decision making. Because you can't compromise that data, because even if it's for 5 years, the government policies and they are driven by that. So it's the same when you are coming up with data for AI. If the data is contaminated, how are people going to benefit with the data that is not accurate? That's why I was talking about issues of conflict of interest, because if you are now engineering the data to drive your own agenda, that's unethical. So those are some of the examples that I can talk of.
Here's another question here. Thank you, Dr. Joganya, for a wonderful presentation. When you started the presentation, you basically said you would prefer people to eat healthy so that there's no money that is pumped into the health side. Now, you notice that most of the food we eat are genetically modified foods, and we would like to eat organic food. So how would AI assist us in that regard? How can we eat healthy in the light of GMOs? Thanks.
Thank you very much for that. Let me give you an example. I was at Dartford Center in America last year in June. Are you aware that it's about education? Are you aware that a tomato, which is organic, has got 10 times amount of iron than GMO? So you go to Pick and Pay and you buy a GMO tomato, and you go to Clicks and buy iron to supplement. So those are some of these areas that we are trying to look in terms of that. We have a club now where we are also even looking on what we call lost food of Africa or orphanage food. How many of you eat sorghum here? Sorghum meal, yeah. You don't? Yeah, so one of the projects that we did with 40 postdocs and what? We are revisiting, it's a food security. We are revisiting. There is a book written in America called The Lost Food of Africa, written by an American for an African. That's a mockery. That's a mockery. So there is correlation in what you eat and your health. No, it's undisputable, and it came out during COVID. So what we are doing with this FSNet project, we haven't finished. We are publishing a lot of papers. So in AI, you can use data to understand the nutrients level. We had 120 professors from different disciplines, nutritionists, who were put together for 5 years to look on how we can look on sustainable food systems in Africa. So what I'm trying to say, in my case, I think I told you, we are trying to use sensors to people. There is a lot of articles that have been written about food loss. But food loss is not about throwing tomatoes that have not been used. But from the farming practice, if I'm growing, there is a project that we are doing with the Potato SA, which looks also on potato quality. So when we talk of food loss, it's no longer the issue of throwing the food that you buy from whatever, from Pick and Pay. We are trying to look at from the growing to the nutrients that is in the food that you buy. So those are some of the areas where AI can be used in order to improve food nutrition. So it's really a challenge, but what we came out, the final meeting, we had it in Cape Town in April. What we came out is, one, education is needed. If you go into the village now, Nongoma now or wherever, you go there. If people give you sweet potatoes with tea, and another one is given sweet potatoes with bread, you think the person given with the bread is more respected than you. But it's the other way around. Most of the problems that we are experiencing, our generations, our ancestors, they did not have those same diseases. It was very rare to have blood pressure for a person who is less than 50 years. It's because of what we are eating. And those are the areas that we are trying to say, let's have more education, let's have quality food being accessible, because the other issue is not being accessible. So your point, yes, it's not an easy thing. Remember, when we look on issues of genetically modified issues, it's a controversial issue. I think it was 2020 or 2019. No. Around 2017. There was drought in SADC, and I think European countries, they donated food which was stuck in Durban Harbour. Then Robert Mugabe says, my people are not going to eat GMO. But the same people are dying of hunger because they don't even have the GMO to eat. So it's an issue of trying to understand what are the priorities of what is happening. The guy who started with the GMOs was called Malthus theory. Malthus. He was looking in the fact that the earth is not growing, but the population is growing. How are we going to feed the population which is growing when the land is not growing? But the problem was not more in Africa. It was in Europe. So the companies that sell GMOs, they saw an opportunity which they did not educate us about the risk of it. So we buy into it. We still have land which is not being used, but we jumped into GMOs. So it's a challenge that we have to start unpack to see where do we start, where do we need to go. So it's a challenge, but most of the challenges are associated with what we are eating. So definitely it's an issue that we need to revisit as academics as well.
Hi, thank you for the presentation, Prof. I just want to ask in terms of the current model or the direction where AI and all of technologies are going, which especially when trying to solve planetary or global problems such as those in the SDGs, and whether is it because although I embrace technology, innovation, and other artificial intelligence tools, but I seem very skeptical in terms of the governance and the corporate governance of the AI. So if you look at, for example, OpenAI, the developers of ChatGPT, the model, they get data for free. The main inputs is data, which there is a whole sort of like millions and millions of documents and clustered into a corpus, and from there, through machine learning, and they can predict classified text or predict what or give you responses. It's like having a company and you're getting all your inputs for the company for free, and then you in turn you sell that, and then you make profits, which is you haven't paid for, which is similar thing which tech companies, whether in Silicon Valley, 5 years ago or 4 years ago. So I read a book by an economist, Mariana, I can't pronounce the surname, Mazzucato. I think it's an Italian surname, but she's based in the University of London. The Value of Everything, where she was explaining how many of technologies which were initially integrated within the iPhone, for example, were in fact innovation which was developed by government. The GPS would come from the Defense Department of the USA, and other technologies which were eventually integrated, and then but you have this product, but it's built on taxpayers' money. If you look at Facebook or other tech companies, which also could not have been there without the initial investments, which were for free. For example, the www, your web, World Wide Web, which was freely available for the people to use. And the second concern relates to the impact of AI technologies in undermining the democratic values. And if you look at the misinformation which results from social media, for example, it is easy for an opinion which is very inaccurate, which is wrong, basically, to spread, and to an extent where it is believed that it is true. If in the case of South Africa, for example, it is easy to influence people right now. Like if you ask anyone about politics, they will tell you of white monopoly capital, which is something which has been studied, that it was used in social media to just influence and create thousands and thousands of bots, and then which just keep tweeting and tweeting. And eventually we have a society which is based on anti-intellectualism and which is based on misinformation. Thank you.
Okay, just to respond to your question, I think I talked about, a double-edged sword. So this technology, as I said at the beginning, that's what I referred. How many of you have got Facebook account? So there's no one who's using Facebook here. That's good, yeah. So there are things that are happening with Facebook. Facebook, if you are not there, you are a good guy. But you are losing on other things. So what happens nowadays, if you want to apply for a visa in America, they actually look on your Facebook account. You are aware of that? If you go into politics, some of you will be ministers, maybe. I think there are 3 who are now ministers from this university, isn't it? Yeah, so what we are saying, 3 years from now or 4 years, the next GNU, whatever it will be called, you might find yourself there. So whatever you posted in Facebook might haunt you during that process. So when you are talking about issues of governance and the other type, some people, they are saying actually social media has helped the voiceless to be able to talk. But by helping again, that same media is being abused. So no one has got answers in terms of what would be the world without some of these social medias. Imagine we close it for 6 months to say, let's do without any social media for 6 months. What will be life? Some people will die, you know that. They'll be in hospital because they are addicted to it. So what I'm saying, your question is correct, but as I said, the issue of whether social media disinformation or is it disadvantaging others, well, it depends. In some cases, some rogue government have been removed by social media, isn't it? The same thing that has been happening in Kenya because people had facts. So some information is correct, some is not correct, but we don't know no one can control it. So those are some of the challenges of the new technologies that we have because at times, as I said, it ends up in the wrong hands like anything else. So how do we do that? So we have regulations to do that, but how do we manage that those people are put accountable? If we can put monetary value in South Africa of sales rep who are phoning people per day, it could be billions. You know that. You cancel your meeting thinking that it's a serious guy. He says, "I'm selling you a car." Who told you I've got a car? I don't have a car. Oh, sorry. So you see, all those things are happening because it's difficult to control most of those things. So the issue of disinformation, yes, it's correct, and it's causing more havoc in terms of anxiety and destroying trust in terms of which information do you trust. But in one way or another, you also get correct information using the same media. So you are cut on both. Yeah, it's a knife which can cut you on both sides. So that's the challenge. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. You can decide, Prof, whether to respond to this one or not. But thank you so much for your presentation. I think I'm touched, Prof. I was trying to reflect back in one of the writings of Robert Putnam in terms of bowling alone. So now that is this AI, it looks like everyone is bowling alone now, because you may find people having a meeting in the same room, but they are preoccupied by different spaces at the same time, whereas you may think that they are on the same meeting. So because of that artificial intelligence sort of. But I also heard you, Prof, talking about that maybe we no longer need buildings. I'm not sure whether I've captured you correctly. We no longer need buildings for people to be able to be educated, because people somehow can be able to be educated to where they are because of artificial intelligence sort of. Now I'm trying to think that if you go to the property industry, you will find that most people will say they will want to leave wealth for their families. Then in most cases they will say, if I can invest in this, maybe office parks and all others. But now at the same time, you'll find that people are no longer interested in going to offices because they can be able to access offices where they are. But then my problem is, in most cases, who is taking more cost between the employer and the employee on the basis of this then? I remember during the COVID time then, they gave us those data to say you can work from home. 2 days down the line, the data is complete. You have to find a way of how then to continue to work. And then somehow our bills were also increasing in terms of electricity because you are no longer going to the employer's place for such thing. So I'm not sure what could be your comment on the basis whether are there some calculation in terms of who is losing in the process because of the AI. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me explain what happened. I was shocked. The number of shopping malls that are being sold in South Africa is unbelievable. So I don't know, I think in each and every province there is 1 or 2 shopping malls that are on sale. Before COVID, if you remember, in our IT industry, we were saying the people who are buying online are the youth. But when COVID came, the old elderly, they are the ones who went online because they had high risk of going to the mall. That's why I was talking to Doug now that checkers, they are making money on their 60, whatever. And to be honest, if you go to some of these supermarkets, the number of people compared to COVID time, there are no queues. So what we are saying is correct in terms of that. We are trying to say what is the Kanban of the future. And one of the other things which came from what's called Doug, which was talking about hierarchy, organization, management, and whatever. Are we still going to need people who are paid because they are in the office, or we are supposed to pay people for the work that has been done? So business models are starting to change. So previously, it's about you coming to the office. Whether you spend the day playing solitaire, then people say, no, he's a hard worker, but... So what I'm saying in terms of what you are saying about the buildings and the education, let's say you are in a class. I had a situation like that at our university. A lecturer was going into a lecture every day and students were not coming. So it went to the dean. The students who failed, I think it was 40%. Then the students were asked, what is the problem? They said, the lecturer comes and reads things that we can just Google on the internet. So why do you want us to come to lecture? He's holding his whatever PowerPoint slide reading to us. So why can't he just send it from home? So what we are saying is those are some of the challenges in terms of our business models. We need to relook at it. So in terms of other businesses, yes, they might still need offices, but the ones that need offices might be lower. We are talking about, how can you call this one? Take a Lot. Since Take a Lot came, I think, I don't know how many have I gone to the shops. So, and the Amazon is coming as well, you're aware. And there is Temu now, isn't it? So I'm worried about shopping, mostly clothes who are in the shopping malls, to see if their business model is still viable. Because people, you can buy online, the time that you spend, it's a click of a button to go to another shop, isn't it? Because when you are going to the mall, you have to make sure that you've got 3 or 4 hours to go from Woolworth, you go to Pick and Pay clothes, you go to all these shops, and at the end of the day, you don't get your size, you go back angry. Because so those are some of the pain that we are saying. Those business models are no longer viable in this day and age, but we are talking of people losing jobs. If those malls are being closed, where do we put those people who are working in those industries? And actually, even in virtual reality, you can choose the type of meat that you want in Pick and Pay. So if that comes, who would go to Pick and Pay and ShopRite? Because that you are able to see what you are buying with your eyes before, not the guy to choose for you. So that's what I'm saying. It's complex in that it's just a preparation, I think. COVID came too early. One of the things that it disadvantaged countries, it accelerated IT innovation. If there was no COVID, we wouldn't be where we are, to be honest. But there's no going back. To tell students who joined the university on COVID to come to class, it's a war. You have to go with an AK. Although we call them COVID babies because they are not properly done, but they think they are okay.
I think we coming to. Oh.
Okay. One question, a quick one, Prof. Can AI be racist?
Can be what?
AI be racist?
Well, that's the typical. That's the messed one. Yes, AI is very racist. The reason being that the people who have got more money, they've got more data which is used to develop it. So it's very racist in terms of that because the data that is used for algorithm is mostly biased. Even most of the insurance that if we change the model of taking insurance from the poorly paid, because we distort data by outliers. So in many cases, data that is being used is representative. It's not representative of the whole population, because some people they don't participate in some of those things. So there is really that challenge here.
I think, colleagues, this brings us to the end of this lecture. So thank you so much, Prof. We also appreciated the first day you presented. All your presentation have always been very powerful. Mm-hmm. And we also appreciate your presence today. I know that we have got a very busy schedule, but you have been able to prioritize us and to come to us physically here. And I've always been saying that once you start to work with us, you are stuck with us. I also think that there's still more that we can still engage, because I think in your presentation, we also learned that there are so many things that you are involved in, yes, which somehow we may also be interested in future to also know in terms of what are impact of those studies going forward then, more particular in the area of innovation and all others related to technology and so forth. Then maybe we can also tap into part or to some of the data that you have. With all those words being said, thank you so much. Can we give Prof a round of applause, please? Let us move on, colleagues, with our program for today. I think now we are moving to our other stage in terms of presentations. We have got a couple of presentations to be done today. Some students are here with us, but others are online. So we'll want to kick off. I will want to check whether Fortunate is here. Okay, Austin. Do we have Austin? Oh, it's online. Do we have Prince? Prince is online. Yeah, Jeremiah is online. William is online. Sam is physically here. Maybe let's do this. Let's start with those who are physical here and end up with those who are online. But there are few, I'm not sure that can I call these restrictions that I would want to put before we even continue. We are giving 10 minutes, and we want that 10 minutes to be respected. The reason being, we have got our colleagues from ICS who are with us here. So they requested that they want us to try to finish as early as possible so that they can go to set another venue for tomorrow, because tomorrow we're not going to be here. We'll move back to Howard College Theatre. So I will request that colleagues try to be as quick as they can. If they can go up to 8 minutes presentation, 2 minutes question, I think that will be fine. Can we do in line with that order? Can we have Fortunate? And thereafter Sam, thereafter we'll move to those who are online. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning. Why do I always say good? Dumelang. Good afternoon. So my name is Fortunate. There's an echo here. Can everyone hear me properly? Okay. My name is Fortunate. I am a PhD candidate from the University of Cape Town. I am a fellow with the African Climate and Development Institution, ACDI, and my PhD is still in its concept note stage. It's still in its infant stage. So I'm probably going to be doing more talking than the slides would say. So the proposed topic currently is the impact of stratospheric aerosol geoengineering on water resource management in major river basins across Africa. So just a study conceptualization. So the project will be looking at solar radiation management, and that is the injection of reflected aerosols into the stratosphere to counterbalance human-induced warming by reflecting some incoming solar radiation back to space, reducing the warming at the Earth's surface. So this basically, the concept of solar radiation management, there's different techniques, I'll get into that, but it's basically an artificial way of reducing the amount of solar radiation coming into the atmosphere. And the techniques that, three of the major techniques that I used is the stratospheric aerosol geoengineering called SAG. I'll go deeper into that. That is the technique that I will be using in my PhD. And then the marine cloud brightening. This is typically known as cloud seeding. You'd know a lot about what happened in Dubai regarding cloud seeding. And it's basically a process whereby it's a localized process whereby you reduce drought through introducing some type of aerosols on the atmosphere so that we can have clouds and then we have rain. Sometimes it's used in agricultural spaces also for crop cycles. And also the space-based reflectors. Space-based reflectors, it's a similar system to the others, but it's on a higher altitude than the two that I just spoke about. So coming back to the stratospheric aerosol geoengineering. So this process is done at the stratosphere. It is whereby we use aerosols, artificial aerosols, to block out the radiation coming from the atmosphere to reflect it back so that there is less amount coming into the Earth's surface or into the troposphere, as you're looking at the image there, the troposphere. And unfortunately, I don't have a pointer, but there's a ozone layer there. It's a slightly lighter blue on the image there. The ozone layer is basically where you would be introducing these aerosols to block out the rays from coming into the troposphere. So we exist within the troposphere. The air that we breathe is in the troposphere. So when you put in these aerosols, you put them on the stratosphere and not necessarily on the atmosphere where we breathe, because there's risks that come with introducing it on the troposphere, which include, as some might know, if you're introducing something like sulfate is a pollutant in the atmosphere, so it's harmful to human health. So to introduce it in the stratosphere, also the advantage of doing that is that it stays longer. It can stay up to 2 to 3 years. So that means that you'd only need to do it once, and then it would stay there for a long period of time. And then the potential benefits of SAG is, as I've mentioned previously, reducing global temperatures because you're sending out the radiation back into the mesosphere, and also as a result of that, obviously mitigating climate change impacts. So continuing with the study conceptualization, the aim of my study would therefore be to assess the hydroclimatology of Africa's major basins under stratospheric aerosol geoengineering with sulfate and non-sulfate material. And the objectives would be to assess changes in the climatology of key climate variables over Africa's major river basins under SAG. Another objective would be to determine the hydroclimatology of Africa's major basins under SAG using hydrological models. Also, to evaluate the risks of using stratospheric aerosol geoengineering with sulfate and non-sulfate material as a climate response. So continuing with that, the problem statement would therefore look into the fact that as it stands currently, our global warming is at 1.06 degrees above the pre-industrial levels. Pre-industrial levels, we're talking about many, many years back. And it's also the 10 warmest years recorded post-2010. And every increment in the Earth's warming would further exacerbate the already alarming climate change risks to the humanity currently faces. And also, despite these risks that we're facing, we still are unable to keep our temperatures below the agreed 2 degrees Celsius that was agreed upon during the Paris Agreement, and this is due to anthropogenic activities. So this figure just basically shows the study area. So our study area is basically the basins in Africa. So currently we have about 12 major river basins in Africa. Okay, I don't think you can see that, but basically one of the major river basins is obviously, as we might know, the Nile. And part of the motivating factor for these 12 river basins that were chosen is the populations around them, the countries that they pass through, and also the economic activities that take place in those regions. Moreover, we also have about some of them would affect about 28 million people, and some of the rivers are rivers that people are predominantly dependent on. And lastly, so the contribution to the body of knowledge. So this project, this project will obviously have to address different stakeholders, or would affect different stakeholders as we're trying to respond to climate change. Policymakers, communities, scholars, and the market would benefit from a project like this in different spaces. However, it is important to also acknowledge that it would need to be a project whereby the involvement is, the group works as one, basically. Thank you. Questions?
That sounds so exciting and interesting to us non-environmental geography, whatever's involved here, people. Just my only question is on the methods. So this aerosol geoengineering is gonna be put in the atmosphere or in the stratosphere when?
Okay, that's one part I didn't mention. So this will basically be using climate models. So it will be model simulations, which would then inform how would this be effective or not if it was to be implemented in that. Okay. So we're going to be using climate models. Yes.
Okay. And then, so they do have these SAGs where if you tell them that this model said this, then those SAGs can be deployed.
Yes, once we have the numbers, then we'd be able to determine the risk and to be able to determine what concentration, for lack of a better word, would be enough to actually mitigate climate change.
That's brilliant. Thank you.
Any other question? Yes.
Thank you. I'm not familiar. I'm not so familiar with the terms that were used, but I think it's SOG or SAOG.
SAG.
SAG.
Yes.
I think you said if you put it in the stratosphere, it stays for 3 years.
Yeah, 2 to 3 years.
Meaning you put it once within that period.
Yes.
I saw in your objective number 3, you said wanted to evaluate its use in the stratosphere, if I'm not mistaken. The risk of using it.
Yes.
In the stratosphere.
Yes.
So I wanted to check, because you want to evaluate it, I want to check if you are going to put it and then wait for that period to end and then you start evaluating.
No, when I was answering here, I mentioned that we're going to be using climate models. So with climate models, you basically use simulations to determine what amount would be effective in reducing the amount of rays coming into the atmosphere. So we're not going to physically go there. We're going to use models where you just put in figures on a software, so to speak, just to simplify it. Yes. And that will help you. That would help us determine what amount is enough and what amount is too much, and what risks would come with those particular figures.
All right, thank you.
Can we have any next presentation? Looks like there are no
Thank
more
you.
questions.
Thank you.
Why is it not doing its work? What did you do? Why are the others blank? Okay. Okay, I think it's showing up now. There you go. All right. I'm not that short. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to our delegates online. I'll just jump right into it and do my best to stick to the time. All right, so my study is on digital participatory platforms for civic engagement in the city of Cape Town. I won't spend too much time going on DPPs again because we have, throughout this summer school, actually delved into them quite deeply, but I can, if there's a question, go back to them. So essentially, DPPs are designed to increase transparency, inclusive engagement, efficient problem solving, and ultimately also digital inclusion. So the background of my study is going to be my study is going to take place in Cape Town, and the reason for this specifically is because Cape Town is viewed as the smartest city in Africa. It was an official title given to them by the Smart City Playbook in 2016. The city of Cape Town was also the first province or the first municipality in South Africa that launched GovChat, and since the advent of our democracy, have actually been one of the first municipalities to increase, non-traditional or more technological ways to participate with its constituents. All right. Notwithstanding this feat, as we also with Prof. Bracken's presentation yesterday as well, the city of Cape Town actually suffers from extensive socioeconomic disparities, and these disparities are often also replicated online. All right. So I'll just quickly speak a little bit, very quickly, about the reason that Cape Town is so segregated and has so much disparities between the rich and the poor. Of course, this was brought on by apartheid, where most of the resources were centralized in white designated areas. There were forced removals, and of course, these led to the challenges that we're currently facing. The city has very affluent neighborhoods like Bishop's Court and Constantia, and on the other hand, are very impoverished townships, and these inequality gaps are definitely growing. I just want to just quickly pause here for a few minutes, or not a few minutes, a few seconds, just to show what we mean when we say digital divide. When we get to my research problem, it'll make a little more sense. So it just refers to unequal access, unequal socioeconomic challenges, and then also has a huge societal impact in terms of employment and so forth. Employment opportunities, education opportunities, economic mobility, and of course job market readiness, as we've seen even in the previous presentation. Being at the forefront of technological advancement actually, does wonders in terms of marketability, if that's the word. The factors that drive the digital divide, of course, educational levels, socioeconomic status, and geographic location. All right. I'm not going to delve too deeply into the literature review. I'll do a summary. Okay, so as we have seen throughout this summer school as well, e-participation or digital participation platforms are being punted as, this grand solution to e-participation, ultimately service delivery, community engagement, and so forth. But we also know that, unfortunately, even though we've seen increased levels of e-participation, the digital divide, or the divide in general in South African municipalities, continues to exist. And e-participation shouldn't be viewed, according to the literature, as this savior that is going to assist everyone equally. All right. As I've stated earlier, the digital divide is actually a replication of what's currently happening in reality as well. So we move to my research problem. Okay, so as I've said, the assumption that digitizing will prevail over historical shortcomings in public participation, such as the exclusion of marginalized groups and the omission of citizen influence on policy decisions, remains to be seen.
And because of this, my key research question is whether the City of Cape Town has been successful in its endeavor to meaningfully engage its citizens. What is meant by this? And I'll just quickly also on the side address the research gap, as Vanessa, I think, is keen on saying, what is the gap? What is it that you're trying to address? Prior research, actually also by the HSRC and other preceding IPMOSA scholars have highlighted the importance of e-participation. Up until then, it was almost a numbers game. I think most of us, when we first were introduced to e-participation, I don't know if you're like me, but I was quite skeptical about putting my information, as we've discussed, out there into the intranets and thinking that it's floating there. So the major impediment was getting people to trust e-participation platforms, which to a certain extent has been successful. So you almost had a situation where a lot of the data that we were getting back was based on people just going to the platform and using them, and that's what we wanted. Now the gap is based on meaningful engagement. All right, meaningful civic engagement, meaning people are not just going to the platforms as a tick box exercise or as tokenism, but that their voices are actually being heard, as is the purpose of these participation platforms. All right, so meaningful, quality, in-depth civic participation is what we're looking at, and has the City of Cape Town, as the smartest city on the continent, as one would almost say the what is the word? The leader of the e-participation movement in our country, have they actually managed to meaningfully engage their citizens? All right, and so to ascertain this, the study will look at 3 platforms, which is Have Your Say, the Flu City Collaboration Platform, and the My City application. Before anyone asks, yes, I will have access to these. I am in touch with someone from the City of Cape Town, and we have started going through these platforms together. And then, yeah, as I've said, it's important to note that in order for these platforms to be deemed a success, meaningful, widespread, in-quality citizen participation would need to take place. And the study thus also inquires how the City of Cape Town has mitigated challenges related to digital illiteracy and the digital divide. All right, so as mentioned earlier when I opened, the City of Cape Town is seen as the sort of like the number one, and I say seen as, 2 minutes, all right, seen as, and they've actually, not just in 2002, but in 2001 already committed to closing this divide, all right? So enough time has passed to actually now investigate, have they been successful in this endeavor, okay? Let me quickly just jump to the aims and objectives. Essentially, it correlates with the research question. I can get back to this if we need to, but I just don't want to waste more time. All right, so in terms of the framework of analysis, I'm just going to talk about how I'm going to evaluate so that I can actually answer my research questions and meet my objectives. So the first one is to use the digital divide theory and Arnstein's ladder of citizen participation to effectively evaluate if there was meaningful interaction, right? Or meaningful citizen participation, that depth that we're looking for. The second research question, we're going to be looking at the Masiphumelele and Leonsdale wards. To answer the second research question is whether the digital divide has actually been closed, right? So we go to these wards that are one would, I don't have time to go deeply into it, but they are on the periphery. I think it was Dr. Mamoketu who spoke about the central and the periphery. So we're specifically looking at spaces that are on the periphery that don't have the infrastructure, who were promised by the City of Cape Town to have their needs met. And this will be done through purposeful sampling and then questionnaires, semi-structured interviews, and we will analyze the data through all of the platforms that we had discussed throughout this workshop. All right, that's enough from me, and I've kept to my time. Thank you. All right, I see there's no question. Thank you so much. We can move on.
Why are you rushing us? It looks like Oprah's got a question for you.
Oh, no, I sufficiently threatened everyone during lunch, Prof. I don't think you'll see any hands.
Okay, no one. Any question? Prof, you don't have a question? Sorry. Oh, you came late, okay.
You're welcome to ask. I'll go back if I need to.
Mgaris, looks like you've got a question. Okay. We have threatened everyone. Okay.
Thank you. I nearly left my laptop, goodness.
So now it means we we can move to our colleagues online. We will start with
We need to check first if these two are here.
no, this one, President. Let's have Austin, followed by Prince and Jeremiah. Is the presentation online taking place? I can see Judith there, but Noctula, will you not help us to also have a computer this side, because this is turning back?
I don't know if Jeremiah, I saw that Jeremiah was online. I don't know if he would be ready to go ahead with the presentation.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. All right. Let me share my screen. All right. Okay, can you all see my screen? Hello, can you see my
Yes,
screen?
yes, we can see your screen, Jeremiah. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So good afternoon, colleagues and senior colleagues out there. My name is Jeremiah Montayo, and I'm presenting my proposed PhD topic titled Afro Hip Hop Music and Youth Political Participation in Lagos State, Nigeria, under the supervision of Professor Olajide Akonji. Currently, I'm on my pre-field stage, waiting for my pre-field presentation before going to the field. So by way of background, the accent of Afro hip hop has moved beyond just being used as a means of entertainment. It has come to mean more meaningful thing. Actually, the concept of hip hop, which originated back in 1953 in Bronx, United States of America, by the Black community, was used to express certain disadvantage they felt with the government and the society at the time. But Afro hip hop, rooted in African traditions of storytelling and influenced by, yes, the American hip hop culture, it addresses socio-political issues and fosters social change. So specifically, Afro hip hop songs with social and political themes. In Nigeria, again, particularly Lagos State, has become quite significant. Lagos State being more like a cultural hub, and then having the largest youth population in the country. Democracy in Nigeria since 1999 has evolved significantly in terms of expression, back in forms of expression and freedom of expression back from what we had during the military regime. So we see songs like from Idris Abdul Karim in 1999 to that of Fowles in 2020, 2019, and even 2023, criticizing several policies of the government. Yes. Furthermore, yes, so the Fourth Republic, as I said earlier, has seen a surge in Afro hip hop music, particularly the ones with socio-political content amongst many Nigerian youth. So a lot of political messages and public opinion, which has been forming new ways, creating new paths in which young people engage in politics. So the statement of the problem, while Afro hip hop is celebrated for raising awareness about socio-political issues, it also contributes to negative perception in terms of even creating social political apathy. Significantly, since 1999, hip hop has become a vehicle for expressing resistance to socio-economic and political issues. You see these songs and the themes more like youth using music to express certain feelings they have towards the government. Again, recent artists, new artists, young artists like Fowles and Burna Boy keep highlighting issues of corruption, injustices, yes, which fosters hopelessness and apathy among young listeners. In addition to that, the intersection of Afro hip hop and political participation is quite significant in Lagos State. This resonates more with the youth, and it addresses a lot of social political issues. In addition, it further even empowers mobilizing youth to mobilize young individuals in terms of protest, as we saw in the NSAS protests and even many online activisms. Yes. So what are my research objectives? The overall objective of this study is to analyze the influence of Afro hip hop music on youth political participation in Lagos State. And then the specific objectives are, one, to identify the political themes in Afro hip hop music influencing youth in Lagos State, to analyze the response of Lagos State government to Afro hip hop induced political themes, investigate how political themes in Afro hip hop music influence youth political participation in Lagos State, identifying the forms of political participation that emerged, that emerges when youth engage in selected Afro hip hop music in Lagos State, and finally to examine the implications of Afro hip hop songs on youth political participation in Lagos State. So I missed out something in my statement of problem. Most of the songs have generated concerns, reactions from the government. I remember the 1999, the former president Obasanjo reacted to one song released by Idris Abdul Karim, calling the country rubbish and so to say, a shit hole. And so several songs like that have come to, in fact, they have been banned on certain music from airplays. So literatures were reviewed along different themes. First of all, need to first situate political participation, historical context, and then had to examine understanding political participation in contemporary democracies, what it means compared to what it was, and then the debate about conventional or non-conventional political participation. Some scholars have classified conventional political participation as forms of say voting, those institutional forms, but then we have new forms, and then this is where one of my arguments from the literature to say there are alternative perspectives, not necessarily conventional or unconventional, because those things classified as unconventional, we still see them happening here. So we can say there are traditional forms and new forms. So new forms are those that came, forms of participation that were aided by technology, such as the online activism, the activism, the e-petitioning and social media campaigns with a lot of hashtags and trends. In this light, we reviewed all forms of political participation, particularly the ones that addresses youth. So looking at voting, running and holding public position, campaign activities, civil disobedience, contacting public officials. So literature we review along to to distill all forms of major forms of political participation that exist. And so we also looked at constitutional provision for political participation in Nigeria. What does the Constitution say about political participation? Is it just limited to voting or contesting for public office? As we see, these are just forms where this the Constitution really specifies participation. But now the argument is youth and political participation is going beyond contemporary these definitions, because literature did say that there's an argument that youth are political. So because they don't vote, because they don't run for political office, does not mean they are politically apartheid. They are not apolitical as it were, but they are looking for new forms of political of expression to participate in politics. So there's also a growing debate on that. And in fact, Harris in particular suggests that leisures, activities, and consumer culture serve as arenas for alternative political participation among young people. So extensive literature review was done also on youth and political participation in Africa and Nigeria. So Africa, as well as, which is similar to what's happening in Nigeria, where we have a lot of older people in power, gerontocracy, and so the issue of authoritarian leadership, corruption, and disregard for rule of law. These are things that inhibit young people from participating in politics. And in fact, songs, Afro hip-hop music, and other aesthetic forms are seen as a means where youth used to express themselves. This is not far from the Nigerian youth as well. But interestingly, in Nigeria, the Not Too Young to Run Act in 2018 enabled young people by lowering the age of voting significantly for running in for political positions in House of Representatives or to run as a Senate and even to contest as president by reducing the age, for instance, for president from 40 down to 35 years. Also, furthermore, a lot of research was done connecting popular culture with political participation in Africa, with popular music and politics. How do these two disciplines intersect? And then what is hip-hop culture as it's where music and politics? I said earlier that this hip-hop culture actually originated in Bronx, and last year the world celebrated 50 years of hip-hop culture, and then we know hip-hop culture has to do with so when we talk of hip-hop music now, you're talking of rhymes, you're talking of words, putting poems or putting words into rhymes and making beats. You have that of DJing, but essentially there's always a local culture, a local feel to it, such that the people who listen, the consumers, are able to relate to it, and exposes a lot of cultural creativity. So these are extensions of the literature review. So the theoretical frameworks, two theories is being proposed. First is the theory of communicative action. Basically, the language plays a crucial role in the process of interacting, and then we could see this. So first, majorly on three components. First one is expression of an inner world.
Hi, Jeremiah.
Yes, please.
I can just give you 1 minute to wrap up and allow questions after. Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry. So please, so my methodology, so I'm using the descriptive research design, concurrent triangulation, mixed method design. So this study population is Nigerian youth. So Afro-hip-hop songs. Okay, so for the time, sampling, my sampling technique, using the Yamane formula, proposing 419 respondents. That's for my semi-structured interview questionnaire as well. So I have the participant key informant interview, 12 KIIs, and for secondary, I'm reviewing 4 songs with socio-political theme across 4 administrations. And then this is how I intend to gather my data, my source of data, primary and secondary, qualitative and quantitative. And here, this is how I operationalize I intend to operationalize my data. So justification for my study, the scope, why Lagos, because Lagos is quite significant and it holds a lot of political, historical moments. Yes, so again, the Fourth Republic in Nigeria, that's 1999 to 2023, is being sampled. Thank you for listening.
Any question directed to Jeremiah? Yes, there's one question for you, Jeremiah, which is coming. You can give it to Prof.
Thank you so much for that. That was fantastic. My question is, I know you had to rush at the end, which was a bit of a shame, but when you're focusing on political participation and then you're doing content and discourse analysis, what is the bridge between what you find in the songs and how you're going to analyse political participation? Thanks.
Okay, so all right. So from 2 ways, in fact, the 3 methods I'm using. So first of all is the semi-structured questionnaire, to be asking young people in Lagos, picking those songs, the sampled songs, and how these songs influence them to participate. So by listening to this song, what forms of political participation does that trigger them to, does it influence them to do? Is it that it ignites them to, it gingers them to go for, to go and vote, or to want to contest, or to want to stage a protest as a result of some of the songs they are listening and the messages they are hearing? That's on the respondent's angle. And then looking at the KI, so when I'm going to be interviewing the participant. Now, the interview, the idea is to interview those artists themselves. So what is the motive behind the song? Because they've been youth themselves, there are issues they've seen. And like we saw in the NSAS protest, most of these young musicians came out to protest. In fact, Fowles, one of the proposed sample participants, was a major player in the NSAS protest. So now the idea is it going to ignite them, influence them to want to engage further than just beyond voting? What other forms of political participation? Are they just going to go on and into community-based? So that's why I'd actually done an analysis, a review of all forms of political participation to find out what forms of political participation does listening to this music create? What forms of political participation emerge when young people listen to certain political songs? Yeah. I don't know if that answers it.
Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like there are no other questions, Jeremiah. Thank you so much for your presentation. Can we have the next presenter? Austin is the next presenter. Do you have Austin? Okay. Do we have Prince? Do we have Fola? Who else? Do we have Rigobert? Doc, it looks like we're done because other colleagues are not coming through. Okay, thank you so much with that. I think that brings us to the end of the presentations. Okay. Maybe we can now move to what will be happening tomorrow. Okay. Colleagues, tomorrow is our last day. And I know that some have already started to build those relations which have become very strong. So tomorrow then is going to be a difficult time for you. But our program for tomorrow will have two presentations tomorrow. We'll have Professor Breaking taking us through energy transition in the Global South in the morning. And we'll also have Prof. Masugu presenting on the indigenous knowledge systems and the fourth IR. So those are two presentations that we'll have tomorrow. And thereafter, we would also have what we call our certificate ceremony. So we'll give you a certificate of participation in this summer school. I can't say, but we are planning at least to finish before 3:30 tomorrow. So I'm not quite too sure there is a space for me to negotiate with you so that we start exactly at 9:30, because we've always been starting somewhere around 10. Can I negotiate with you, or should I instruct? Okay, let me work as if I'm working in the Defense Force then. Okay, let us start, colleagues, somewhere around 9:30 exactly tomorrow. That means to say we need to arrange, make sure that we start at 9:30. So the venue is not going to be this venue. We'll go back to the initial venue where we had opened our summer school. So I will appreciate if then you come early, we start early so that we can be able to close early. I'm not quite too sure, Noktula, how do you want, what's the dress code for tomorrow? If you are saying there's a ceremony, what it means? Is there a specific dress code or what?
It's a graduation tomorrow.
Smart casual, please.
Are we graduating tomorrow, PhD?
Yeah. up to you. We've got shops around also. Okay, colleagues, let's not waste too much time. I think we've got a lot of things to do, a lot of preparations, because even to be smart casual, it also means you need to prepare. So thank you so much for today. Thank you.